Good evening, everybody. So, sorry for being all over the map in terms of whether or not I was going to stream tonight. I was actually quite sick this morning. And hello. Looks like a new graphic. I wonder if the new DLC is out. Just taking a quick second before I go any further. Should probably also just reset all of my stream stuff because I know it's always a little wonky after I haven't been online for a while. All right, looks like there hasn't been anything since February 6th, So, a couple things. It looks like, so obviously I ended the stream fairly quickly. Hey, Jesse Quill, how are you doing, my very, very dear friend? We are slightly different. This character died when we finished last playthrough, but because I was a little too quick to quit out the game, I didn't leave time for the autosave to go through. So this character might wind up assassinated anyway, but this hasn't yet happened, or rather it hasn't happened in the game world. We've got a little bit too much to mend. We've got a few different things that we're going to do for this playthrough, but it's probably not bad to just take stock, take a quick look at the state of the world, and decide what our next few steps are going to be. How you doing, Paradox Gaming? As always, I should start off with Jesse Quill, who is a very dear friend of mine, somebody who has given me a lot of support, both on and off cast, and currently, I believe, is languishing in an airport, waiting for some word in terms of when she'll actually be able to go home. But she did find time to come in here and mod as she always does. So thank you very much for that, and I think because you may be on mobile, I'll be the one to shout her out this time. Please send help. Well, I mean, if you'd like some company in the airport, I wouldn't turn down the opportunity. Anyways, guys, I always say it, and I know it's always hard to do this at the beginning of the cast because there aren't as many people in the cast, and obviously Jess is on data right now, so certainly I don't want to take up too much of your data plan, so I want to get the words out of the way, but there is a reason I spend so much time shouting out Jesse Quill. She is somebody who many times has been the reason why I continue to stream, especially when there have been some times where I'm just fed up with it and don't particularly want to carry on. She's done an absolutely outstanding job of sort of keeping things in perspective. She's been doing a great job of sort of showing me some different ways that I can approach some streaming topics, maybe some new ways that I can keep things interesting for myself. But more importantly, in terms of the quality of the cast that she does, she really does a lot of things that I'm very interested in and I think would work well. There's sort of things I could kind of wish that I could adapt in my own case. So she really is an outstanding caster. She's an example both in terms of her personal conduct as well as the style of casting that she does. It's always a pleasure to be able to shout someone out for quality, to be able to say to people, because obviously I only cast, a few days a week, to be able to shout out somebody like Jesse Quill and know that people are in good hands, people are still getting some kind of entertainment, really does mean a lot to me, and it's why I really like shouting her out. So, let's decide on what the next step is. So our main goal right now is to sort of consolidate power by founding the Empire of Scandinavia. You can see anything that wasn't in that blue, or anything that's in that blue area and isn't sort of this reddish pink, is something that we can potentially take over and add to the Empire, but we haven't yet. So I think that's 1, 2, 3 counties in the that we sort of have an immediate land connection to. And then 4. And then when we head down here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then on top of that, we have 2 islands. Those are actually the most tempting for me to sort of declare war on, mostly because I can sort of, how do I put this? I can, like, these are relatively weak characters. And they're not tribal, so I'm not necessarily going to have to worry about things like all of a sudden 100 million tribal warriors kind of come out of nowhere. So they're not necessarily a pushover. I mean, they're probably going to bring in some vassals to take me on, but we can probably handle it. So we've been playing Denmark. We began as a count down here, and we've since expanded. Now, we originally had a fairly decent succession in place, and then my son, my heir apparent, died in the dungeons of a rebellion, which was crushed months later. Very upsetting, and it's sort of thrown things up in the air a little bit. So this character has something of a tenuous grasp on life. I think there are a few plots after him. Yeah, here we go. So it looks like somebody's going to be trying to claim some of my my lands. I've got a bunch of nobles locked up. Johnny Big Time, thank you very much for that, host. Another really wonderful streamer who I will be doing a bit of a shout out for. I'll probably do a little bit of gameplay, but I know I sort of I implied that I wouldn't be streaming tonight. So hey, how you doing, Johnny? It's wonderful to see you as always. All right, so it looks like actually the council's more or less ready to go up in rebellion. Although they certainly don't have as many men as I think they have. Save Denmark. Okay, so what are the immediate things that I need to worry about? Well, right now I've got 4 too many titles. I can probably hand those off to some family members in the worst case. So one quick way. Thank you very much for the host, Jesse Quill. Johnny Big Time, by the way, I missed the last little bit of your XCOM playthrough. Did you get through to the end, or how's the playthrough going? So when you play this game, you can have any number of kingdoms, you can have any number of empires, and you can have 2 duchies. If you have more than 2 duchies, then people begin to resent you, as will be evidenced if I go. Let's try and find somebody who isn't in prison. I have a lot of sort of high-powered vassals in prison just because I'm bad. So too many held duchies, for instance, will give me a negative 20 opinion. So if I have a way of sort of dumping off one of these duchies, I'll actually, I can get a bit of, I can sort of get the sort of the rebellions under control, just because they'll have less of a reason to hate me. Now, one of the drawbacks here is that there's quite a lot of my a lot of the line actually is yeah. A lot of them are women, so I don't have a lot of I just don't have a lot of stuff to give away that doesn't result in it kind of coming outside of the family. I could, of course, try and give something to Ulfur. So if I say, oh yeah, I can't give him a Jarldom, so much for that. Excellent. Safe flights, Jess. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we will see you soon. Yeah, Johnny, I think I really do want to do, especially watching you play XCOM, I'd really like to do an XCOM stream sometime soon. I wind up saying this a lot when you stream stuff, by the way. but it would be neat to do a run. The one drawback that I run into, like for instance for Crusader Kings, one of the reasons why I don't particularly mind one reason I don't particularly mind going Iron Man mode is because I can just sort of this guy isn't related to me and he doesn't like me. You know what, just for the interests of security, I know he's gonna really like me if I give him this Jarldom. The only drawback is that I really would have preferred to give that to a family member. But let's go for it. I'm still over the limit, but at least that deals with some of my opinion modifiers. But yeah, so like one of the things that's nice about Crusader Kings 2 and Iron Man mode is that like I don't need to worry about finding like these breakpoints and interrupting the flow of the stream by sort of turning around and saying it's like, okay, this, you know, this was kind of tough, I'm gonna go back and save. Just being able to sort of turn around and do some of this stuff on my own. And say, okay, well, I've got a problem now, but I'm gonna just have to like man up and get through it. I think it's a really nice feature of the game. It's something that for me is sort of the heart and soul of playing a game like this. But XCOM, like again, I like the fact that you can sometimes have to you know, work through your problems, you know, no matter what challenges come up. But it's I don't know, it's one of those ones where really like one bad round can like wipe out your elite units, and all of a sudden the game becomes very difficult to win. So I don't know, maybe I just need to get over my Iron Man obsessions and play XCOM. Anyways, so one of the hopes here is that with all of these sort of rivalrous factions, this guy's mad because I haven't put him in a position of power. Yeah, I think assassinating him is actually my best call. He's a little too ambitious for my taste. So Johnny, I can give you a couple of observations that I have from the playthrough in terms of like what you were saying, and like, so I sort of understand what you're talking about in terms of misses, and there's a side of me that says I would be imposing my own playstyle a little too much on you, and then there's the other side that says the way that things always seem to miss might make a little more sense if I explain this to you. So as always, I kind of let you say the safe word if you want to hear what I have to say on that. But I mean, again, you've gotten further than I have in the game, so I can't really turn around and say, oh yeah, I'm now gonna learn you on how XCOM works. Sorry guys, just had a quick private message. But yeah, so I mean, for XCOM, thank you, private messenger. Pineapple sauce. All right, so I know we're playing Crusader Kings, but this is probably a worthwhile one of talking about. So, when when I first talked to you about XCOM, I sort of said, like, it seems like the game is sort of stacked against the player. But one of the reasons for that is it's about the only way that they can counter the fact that the player is smarter than the computer. So one of the things that I needed to learn, and I still need to learn about XCOM, is the idea of, like, let's say, I don't know, we'll say England is cover, right? So what the tendency to do is to play the game as a conventional firefight, right? So I move my guys to cover, you know, here, 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 and then like the aliens will maybe put a guy here, 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 so on. And we're gonna fire at each other from cover. Now my belief is that the game is designed to give the advantage to the aliens in that case. And I mean, you can never rely on the probabilities, and it's both ways, because I know Civilization lies in its probabilities because players sort of feel like they should be entitled to more wins than they actually get. So I think they actually sandbag the probabilities. But even in XCOM, right, it's like, notice how even if it's a 40% shot and somebody's out in the open that you almost always seem to hit. It's pretty clear that there's a calculation going on in the background that isn't actually part of the game. So I think the game is built so that if you just take, you know, the standard, I'm firing at you from cover and you're firing at me from cover, on average, the aliens are going to hit more often. And of course, they generally do more damage. If you play on the hardest mode, a Thin Man is basically an insta-kill, and they've got a devastating aim. So the idea of the game is that because you're smarter than the AI, what you try and do is, you know, you sometimes fall back or sometimes you move around because you know that that's going to get you a flank. And so once I started focusing more on not necessarily having to get a kill or a shot every turn, but, you know, take good fights and withdraw when I don't have a good fight, and instead focus more on the tactics and more on getting into some positions where I can sort of sneak up behind somebody, or I can get those flanking moves. It's where I noticed that I started. It's where I started to have more success. And again, when you think of it, right, the name of the game, you are playing this commander who is, actually I can't give this away because it talks about XCOM 2, but basically, like, the name of the game is because you're a human and you're capable of abstract thinking, that is your biggest advantage over an AI which has somewhat predictable behavior. And I know you know this, Johnny, because how you doing, El Canu? It's another big shout out that I need to give. I know you know this because you talk about, you've with near certainty predicted, oh, there's a grenade gonna hit me. Oh, this guy's probably gonna do this. And you've been right almost every single time you say something like that. So the next step, the next step on the path to XCOM enlightenment is to take that knowledge that you have and use it to say, it's like, I know this game better than the game knows the game. And here's how I'm going to twist that to my advantage. And that, to me, is why XCOM is such a rewarding game to play. If you play it as a conventional firefight of, like, we're just going to both stand behind cover and shoot at each other, it's really frustrating because I really do think the game is geared to benefit the AI. But when you think of it as, you know, the computer has the strength of the units, but I have the strength of intellect, then you start winning a little bit more. So... although again, for a guy who wrote a 3,000-word essay on backseating, which then proceeded to be backseat by the readers, I do offer a lot of comment on Johnny Big Time's XCOM playthroughs. So, but like I said, I always wait for him to say the safe word. With that in mind, guys, Johnny Big Time, an absolutely outstanding caster, a really funny guy, a really fun guy, a really outstanding... that is not true at all, Johnny. I mean, and actually, it's worth mentioning, I got a chance to play Chaos Reborn with him and Jesse Quill. And he likes to make fun of his intellect, but he is a very quick study. It sort of went from me being able to sort of take advantage of the fact that I knew the game a little bit better than Johnny to take some wins, to a point where it was a legitimate, like, coin toss in terms of whoever was going to win. So do not let Johnny Big Time get away with this whole, oh, I'm a simple working man. He is very good at the games that he plays, and it is actually a pleasure to watch how quickly he picks up stuff. It's actually about the only reason why I've ever felt sort of the urge to, I try not to say backseat, but like to talk about strategy and tactics with him, because I'm genuinely interested in the different take that he has on a game compared to mine and how successful he is in implementing it. And sometimes the only way that I can do that is to say, it's like, hey, you know, I might have done this over here. I mean, again, in the case, because I know I was having a little trouble with the AI being particularly strong later on in the game of XCOM, I wanted to offer my opinion in terms of where the biggest gains could be gotten through his playstyle. But he is an absolute wonder to behold. He's one of those very rare people who combines a great skill in a game with a true gift of showmanship. So I think I don't know, Johnny's such a good guy. He's an absolute pleasure to shout out. And likewise, oh Jesus Christ, Jess. Elkanu is another person who I could actually say very similar things about. I love watching him play games. One of the things that I love the most about Elkanu actually is how not only does his stream kind of communicate this great love of gaming, but he does this really great job of showing you stuff that you never knew about, but as soon as you see it, you want it. Like, he makes every game that he plays look like the most fun you could be having in a game, full stop. Another thing that's really great about Elkanu's channel is, I mean, I use it to try and improve on my French, but he's got such a gift for entertaining. He's got such a gift for showmanship that it doesn't matter what language you speak, you'll still get something out of it, which to me is just absolutely phenomenal. I really don't know any other casters who I could say that about. So, oh my god, I've got a lot of powerful vassals. I might need to reconsider my approach of trying to murder people to get... Okay, well, this guy's a better diplomat. Sorry, let me finish shouting out Elkanu. Elkanu is just a... Again, he's somebody who is outstanding as an entertainer outright, but the diversity of games that he plays and just the sheer joy that I have watching him play the games that he does. Again, between Jesse Quill, Johnny Big Time, and Elkanu, these are my three favorite casters, and it's always a pleasure to shout them out, so... I have not. Not a problem at all, Elkanu. Alright, so I don't need to just completely strong-arm the powerful vassals out of it. I can at least appease this guy by making him a chancellor, because he's the best equipped for the role anyway. I'm not going to put Hong as my spy master, one, because that's a recipe for getting assassinated, and then more importantly, I don't think there's any pleasing him. So, like, I mean, I could not assign him as spy master, but that's condemning me to just a disaster in any other conditions. So why does this guy hate me? Well, my demand is too big. So I still have two counties, which I don't quite know what to do with yet. Too many held duchies. Well, that should actually change because I gave away one of them. So let's say we've got a -10 there. He doesn't like the absolute tribal organization. I'm just going to have to live with that. Wants a seat on the council is a big source of discontent, so I can already get rid of the -50 of that. But in terms of giving him the chiefdom, in terms of giving him the kingdom and things like that, he's not a family member. Oh wait, he is a grandson. All right, well what? Oh crap. I didn't want to make him my spy master. That is a pain. Especially because I probably should not be triggering him to kill himself. Alright, well, that's just caused me no end of grief. So now I guess I need to start giving this guy what he wants. What chiefdom did he want? Ostergautland. I mean, it's really no skin off my back if I give it to him. Unfortunately, I just still don't think that's quite enough to... He's definitely not getting the kingdom. But I will give him... I will give him a title. That at least puts him into the green. It doesn't mean he's gonna love me, but... Alright, so... Not exactly what I wanted to do. I guess the next thing I'll do is, because I don't have anything better to do with my diplomat at the moment, let's, he's currently in... So I'll at least send my diplomat to try and improve things with him. Let's just take a quick look at my laws, and then I think I'll be good to unpause. So tribal organization is where we want. We either need to convert to Christianity, or we need to, actually, imprisonment is tempting, but I have a feeling this will be a tough one for me to push past the council. So if I can get Tolk on side, I can probably get a little more money in my pocket, which is actually really good because I'm going to be building some titles. That guy looks like Sean Williams. I didn't even think of that, Johnny Big Time, but you're right. But yeah, so to switch over to feudalism, I either need to convert to Catholicism, which is less likely now that the Franks have been sort of broken up a little bit. I mean, this could very easily sort of reunite and become a problem again. But right now, Faroin is dealing with a rebellion, it looks like. Actually, he's getting chewed up. This might be a good opportunity to start claiming some territories. I can't remember the moral authority required for the Germanic faith. Yeah, so I think even if we got one of the holy sites, we would actually be able to... I think even taking one of the holy sites would be enough for us to reform. I actually believe so they've got 2,000 troops. Bunch of non-aggression packs, 2,000 men, so I technically don't quite have enough to push them over the edge. But it's tempting. Take 10. But yeah, so I feel now I'm obligated to talk about it, seeing as I'm being backseat over it. one of the things that I'm hesitant to do, whether it's conquest or whether it's raiding, is the fact that I have this faction breathing down my neck. So by giving away these titles, I've taken a little bit of a gamble that the rebellion is not going to just jump up and crush me. So the immediate concern that I have is whether or not I want to found Scandinavia. At the moment, the character who will inherit everything, again, inherits everything. I only have one heir. The main reason for doing the, for founding the empire now is just it'll sort of reconstruct this this system that I had in place before, which is there's one sort of super title, and so even if the kingdoms wind up being distributed amongst younger members of the dynasty, I wind up Scumsave, I haven't run into any satanic cults. You're talking about Reaper's Due, right? You're not talking about like the new one that they're, I think, pending for release. I don't actually know when the new version comes out. We've actually got Catholics running amok. Oh, that's really interesting, Scumsave. Yeah, I haven't encountered it yet. I've been too busy just with regular... I've just been dealing with like regular rebellions, because I'm not exactly a popular king. But yeah, so here's kind of the way that I think about this one here, which is there's no necessary... In March, then I'd better hurry up and finish this game through, this playthrough. All right, so the way I'm thinking about this, as long as I've got 300 wealth, I'm going to be able to found Scandinavia. If I give birth to a child that's going to cause problems along those lines, I might, I'll deal with that at the time. Ideally, this kid will grow up to come of age, and I won't have to worry about that. Excellent, Jess. Congratulations. It's the little things that count. Next thing, I need to take a quick look at my county, see if I can give away the last one, which is causing vassals to dislike me. Blekinge. Oh, right. This is this, like, sort of third duchy that I don't officially hold. I don't really want to give that up. So I think I'm gonna deal with just having a one too many domain. I also need to start chopping up my my vassals. This is actually another big reason why creating Scandinavia would be really important, just so I can sort of reorganize my vassals and get myself back under the limit. Now, in terms of immediate military concerns, I am much weaker than I was before. Once I deal with sort of my money issues, I am eventually going to start building a retinue. That's a nice little way that I can boost up my my personal military strength, which is going to be quite important given the fact that I'm not going to have feudalism for a while. Council doesn't like the idea of me imprisoning anybody, so we won't worry about that. And looks like I can assign a commander, so I'll do that and then we can unpause. Oh god, we've got malcontents. Although that's actually not so bad. Once they see the light, we'll probably be able to maybe do a little bit more in terms of policy. All right. So one of the, if it comes down to, I think the next, how do I put this? The next kind of goal that I'll have, or at least sort of intermediate concern that I have is with these factions is, and they're growing by quite a bit. If things really become a problem, like they've got 2212, So I've got sort of 3 get-out-of-jail-free cards in the sense of using my prestige to, like raise an army. But I don't like doing that because obviously the game is scored based on prestige and piety. So the more you do that, the less you sort of have to overcome your troubles. So let's see who we're dealing with here. We've got Bragi of Horrorland, who is ugly, craven, charitable, kind, shy, zealous, stressed, and infirm. So I think in this case, threatening them is the better call. Oh yeah, I mean, let's face it, guys. I'm an economist. If you pay me more than what my current position is worth, I'll gladly stream 7 days a week for you. But I was actually talking with Johnny about the fact that I actually think there is something to be said for. You, Spymaster, discourage yourself from participating in factions. I put so much effort into winning this guy over, and I still can't get a break. All right, let's find who's got the largest army out of this. 666. Where the hell are they getting this strength from? He wants a seat at the big table now. Oh yes, he's already discouraging one of these other guys. Alright, so how many powerful I can't really just turn around and imprison that guy, so... That's actually also very odd that it's not showing me. I'm assuming it just hasn't updated. Alright, can't make him I can't really make him anything. Although this guy doesn't count as a powerful vassal anymore. So he's best at spying. So is this guy. I wonder, I don't think I have an advisor role that I can just assign this guy to. Means my diplomat's not going to like me, but I think I will live with the world as it is. I've assigned people who are not very good at diplomacy to that role before anyway, so it's not a huge change in terms of the way I do things. He will become available in July. All right, and we're slowly starting to kill this faction. Yeah, it's pretty much deflating now that they don't have the main reasons for being angry with me. They're still tough, but the majority of the strength is coming from my Spymaster. Alright, Ake of Vesterborn is complaining about his dark cell in the dungeon, asking for more suitable accommodations. I might be able to take a title from him. Yes. So I guess the next question now is this a member of a duchy? Ah, but see, he's a family member already, so if nothing else... Let's ransom him. Oh, he can't afford it. We'll be merciful because he's family. I have a bunch of people in prison just because I wanted eventually to revoke their titles and distribute them amongst my my favorite members. By the way, Rambler, thank you very much for that host. And sorry, I was talking about I was talking about other stuff. So like, I was talking with, I'm pretty sure it was Johnny. I know I had this conversation with a couple of people, but I think the substance of it was with Johnny in terms of the virtues of being a smaller stream. So, I mean, clearly I'm not going to make a living doing this. I, one, have better opportunities, which is probably an important one. Oh, nice. I can actually get away with changing these laws. I don't want to be challenged. Every ruler needs to go out and meet peasants in person from time to time, just to make sure that they know you still exist, if nothing else. As you visit the locals in Angermanland, you speak very frankly about what you think of them, something that they took great offense to, it seems. You look back to ensure that your guards are there to keep you out of harm's way, only to notice that they have gone to the local tavern. Before you know it, the peasants begin throwing things at you. I could run to Gare and hide there. Or maybe I can just outrun them. So I'm assuming that this is going to mean I owe him a favor. But one of the nice things about sort of being unimportant as you get closer, you can see Gear standing in a doorway, waving at you. You hurry towards him, and once inside, Gear closes the door. Safe at last! Who would ever have thought that peasants would be so easily insulted? Thank you, I owe you one. And opinion changes by 20 for a few years. So basically, I mean, one clear thing, and I don't know if this counts as a point where I should... you know, I should just improve as a streamer, but like backseating is obviously a really big problem. If you had to, you'd replace it with 2 Steps from Hell. How are you doing, Captain Bear? I am well. All right, so they've improved balanced church obligations. Hopefully that means that we get some more money. So 326 is what we used to be getting. Gandalfar of Jamatland also doesn't like his accommodations. All right, see what he thinks of me. I'll be merciful, and then I will ransom him. It's just a nice little way of padding the coffers. But yeah, so like obviously bag seating is a really big problem, and I have a lot of reasons for that. I think I've been pretty clear in terms of why I think it's such a damaging thing for the cast. But basically, it's oh hello. Looks like I would be able to take Zealand even if I wanted. It is really tempting to try and crash into these guys, but I think the risk is too high. Alright, well, see, the big question here is whether or not I want to do anything about this faction. I think I'll maybe... You want to read that post? Oh. Yeah, I mean, well, where I was mostly going with that was just to say, it's like, obviously, like, to me, I find as a caster who relies on dialogue and giving voice to the thought process, anything that goes away from articulating that process of discovery, even if I'm playing the game poorly, like, I don't ever think it has been a mark against a cast that the game has not been played flawlessly. Alright, he is also somewhat neutral. I think what I'm just going to start doing is I'm going to be releasing the people who will sort of pose a, won't pose a threat to me. Oh, for God's sake. And now they're turning around and joining factions, of course. Well, there we go. For too long you have restricted the political influence of your vassals. The time has come to give council more power. Submit to the demand peacefully or face the consequences. Rest assured I have gathered others who are equally upset. I have no choice or I will not be blackmailed, so the title revocation committee, I absolutely refuse to give that over, so I will not be blackmailed. I had been meaning to buy myself some toys. Okay, taking off. All right, talk to you later, Jesse Quill. Don't worry, I will crush this rebellion on your behalf. I think it's just better that we raise these troops right now. I was gonna invest in a retinue, but I think probably what I will do, I think I'm just gonna let this run. All right, who started fighting? So these guys should win, but I'm going to divert them just to be sure. Looks like half of Iceland is in rebellion, as is a Scottish island. Alright, I'm not too worried about this rebellion, but I do need to be careful in terms of where my troops are moving. And actually, as is the case, let's call in some allies. Indeed, Jesse Quill. Alright, this is going to be a little tricky. So they arrive in Skane on June 19th. They'll arrive on June 22nd. Okay, I'm not going to put my king in there, but let's put some good generals in, and hopefully we can let sort of the natural flow of troops. If I can basically draw this out, I think we might be able to win it. They're fairly low quality troops, but... Alright, so 3 more days. Yeah, we're in trouble on pretty much all fronts. But again, if we can drag out the fight, we actually start getting some numbers in our favor. And they're fresh troops, obviously, so... I mean, they're holding their own against superior numbers not too poorly, so... That's room for some encouragement. Alright, their center's broken. Oh my god, we beat them without any of the major reinforcements. That's excellent news. Alright, have a good one, Captain Bear, and happy birthday, or post-birthday, pre-birthday. Anyways, guys, so yeah, the one nice thing about it is that obviously when you have a smaller stream, you don't have to pander, for lack of a better term. Now, this can sometimes be not a good feature because I think there's some places that I could improve on, where, you know, obviously if you don't have sort of the same, I don't know, commercial imperative, then you're probably a little less likely to implement the changes that you need to grow. But yeah, I mean, it's a very tough thing that's come up. I mean, obviously a lot of the growth from the stream originally came from the fact that I was streaming Crusader Kings and not a lot of people stream the game as much, which is a shame because I think it's actually a really good one and it's one that I think deserves more attention than it gets. But take a look at what's happened during Sunless Sea, which is, you know, people really love the game and then they turn around and they decide the best way to express that love is to tell you how to play the game, rather than go through the enjoyment of letting you figure things out on your own, which is sort of the, if not the point, then at least kind of a driving feature of the enjoyment. So it's tough. I mean, and in my own case, like, it is sort of nice to be able to just say, I don't want to be talked to in that tone.
I would never want to belong to any
Salazarivian. Thank you very much for stopping by. But yeah, I don't, you know, it'd be nice to have a bigger stream, no doubt, but I'm not gonna feel particularly bad that I'm in something of a position to be able to say it's like, you know, I don't I don't want to be talked to in that tone and I don't need to listen to it. And that was a bit of good fortune. So sometimes the game will, I mean, so this can work both ways. People can come in on your side or they can come in on the opponent's side. In this case, it went on my side. Matty of Candelaxian Peasant Revolt has declared Peasant Revolt for Candelax on King Bolt first. So this just kind of came out of nowhere. The peasants have risen up in Candelax, led by a disgruntled former soldier. The rebels have the nerve to demand independence. I don't even know where that is. Oh, right here. All right. So again, I think at this point we'll just call in our allies. I sort of want to put the pin in this one first, but maybe as I sort of rampage over the other rebellion, I can make my way north and deal with these peasants. So one of the nice things about freshly crushing a rebellion will be that I'll be able to do some of those raids on Scotland. Commander Berge was cornered and slain by the enemy on the battlefield. He fought bravely right until the end. Hi, harried teen Vigil and Salazarvian. I am really bad at pronouncing names on Twitch. We began with the Charlemagne start, so 769 AD, we began as the Count of Slesvig, and we're building the Empire of Denmark. And of course, we've been dealing with a lot of disgruntled vassals who are either mad at not being on the council or mad about not being as cool as my ruler, so we have been spending a little bit more time fighting off our supposed allies than founding empires and moving on. But that's fine, because it's, you know, everybody plays these games for the action, right? It's actually one thing that I really enjoy about I think probably, so I think one of the, out of all of the I'm somewhat confused by... Oh, it's a rebellion that was happening there. I get it. So I think out of all of the Paradox Grand Strategy games, I think the most credible case for a... maybe not a completely pacifist, but at least proto-pacifist run would probably be Crusader Kings 2, because of course the way that titles and things like that work, you don't necessarily have to go to war, although, you know, what's the fun in that? And I think one of the things I like the most about it is the level of diplomacy put into it, how it's a game mechanic right down to, you know, whether or not, you know, in terms of character's opinion of you, whether it, I mean, I love the fact that Conclave introduced all of these council mechanics. They're all things that I think make the game really rewarding to play. Whereas, you know, Hearts of Iron 4, it's got some really interesting things modeled in it as well, but the one drawback is you don't really go and play a World War II game to not play the war. So I think that, to me at least, is sort of the... I think that's the thing that keeps bringing me back to this game. If you guys are curious why I'm leaving the open council positions, it's basically because I want to find out who's left, and then I'll turn around. I think what I need to do, though, the peasants are starting to get a little uppity, so we'll just run in and crush them. I gotta be careful about my morale here, because we're going over water. It's that is not a recipe for success, but I have a feeling that we'll be fine by the time we cross over. We're probably gonna lose a second territory to those guys, but they shouldn't be able to press their demands. I'm especially curious as to where they went, actually. Would you like to play characters? Other games let you play a nation or fact? Yeah, exactly. And I actually, for me, I think there has been... I think that's actually one of the bigger distinguishing marks. So obviously, there's been a little bit more crossover between Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis with things like coalitions and the Shattered Retreat and such. And obviously they've now made it so that you can turn that stuff off if you want. I'll just get this dialogue out of the way. Bishop Gulte, a preacher in the service of King Farion of West Francia, has arrived in Selsvig to spread the gospel of their foreign religion. He has little regard for our old faith, declaring it sinful, and he has explained in detail the horrors that we will suffer in the afterlife unless we mend our ways. There are horrors to suffer in this life as well, friend. And he goes into my dungeons. And hopefully we can make a quick buck off of him. Yeah, 25 gold, why not? What was I talking about? Yeah, so one thing I've sort of found in general when we're talking about playing Crusader Kings, I think it really comes down to... Ooh. Sorry, just sent me something really interesting about some Canadian law. But I think one of the things that has really sort of driven some people to one game or the other comes right down to this idea as to whether or not people prefer what I'll call the role-playing elements of the game, the individual character, as Harrington Vigil said, or if people sort of like playing these nation-states. Because I will say, like, in terms of history and just in general, the sorts of time periods that Europa Universalis deals with, to me, I find more... They're just more interesting. It's the kind of history that I like reading about and I like sort of participating in this indirect sort of way. On the other hand, to play... Okay, now I can catch him. December 15th, December 17th, so we'll head north. So yeah, if you sort of like this idea of nation states and sort of the balance of power, trying to sort of find your place in a, especially if you play maybe not a smaller state, but at least one that maybe has some stronger neighbors or something like that. Europa Universalis can be really fun for that. All right. Let's see whether or not I can enforce demand. Nope, they don't want to enforce demands. You don't get to declare rebellion and then say white peace, my friend. Although it might be a little tricky to do just because I'm going to have to eventually float over and take... I'm actually quite surprised that we can't successfully enforce our demands yet. As she's growing older, I can see that Alfred could use some guidance in some of my more experienced areas. This will require hard work, and it may not always be appreciated, but this is my chance to make a self-sacrifice for the sake of my daughter. I don't really like losing traits for these, so I'll just say that she must learn on her own. Oh god. I thought that was one of my guys. Alright, so he just became a powerful vassal through that. Isn't really good at anything. I'll make him spy master for now. Don't really have a lot of good options for marshals yet, so... Alright, so what I usually do with my daughters is if they... so she's attractive and quick. So there's really anywhere I could go with this, but normally what I do is I just kind of assign my daughters diplomatic traits, so they're as likable as possible. I can marry them off. And let's see what... So she became indolent, brooding, timid, and ambitious. Doesn't really have... Well, we'll do learning, but brooding won't really help that well for this. Again, it's not an absolute thing that I do. I start with a focus on... Why am I losing so much war score right now? Oh, it's possibly because that went back into our hands. But I guess that means I need to take this island. I don't really see any other way that I can tilt this in my favor. The most peculiar woman has arrived in your court. It is only a matter of months. In only a matter of months, she has made a name for herself as a most accomplished warrior. You have even seen her defeat some of your best champions in the sparring ring. Maybe she could teach the other soldiers a thing or two. So my vassals aren't happy with this, but she's excellent at martials. I mean, so I can always just turn this around and kick her off the council, right? She's a nobody. What Why is this guy mad at me? Hang on, did I get another duchy? I did. All right, well, I'll distribute that when all is said and done. Yeah, we've already got the seeds of the next rebellion. All right, well, let's at least start with stomping this stuff out. Definitely have a very healthy treasury too, so it might be the time to just oh god. All right. I think I'm just gonna put my guys on a boat and take that last spot of Scotland. I wonder if I can actually get away with yep. This will probably be easier than making them all walk home. I don't even particularly need them all there, just if I can get a nice sizable force to take that island. And then I think that'll probably be like the dress rehearsal for our invasion of Scotland. It's extremely tempting, by the way, to try and take something like Zealand, but seeing as West Francia has started to sort of get its act together again, right now I think the number of forces that I have fighting for me, so we've got 3,000 of our own troops, plus, I mean, my vassals have a bit of a range. Maybe it's better to just judge this stuff by the numbers that I'm seeing. So we've got about 3,000 in my name, 7, well, the combined amount here is another 1,000, so we've probably got about 4 there. 5, 6. So in principle, we should actually be able to take on West Francia. But of course, the way that I would sort of handle that would be to say, all right, well, let's, realistically, let's take a look at what, let's take a look at how the AI normally handles things. Not very well, right? And you can't blame it. It's the AI. You can't coordinate with it. And so you sort of want to give some discounted value to the troops that the AI is going to give you. I don't see why. Apparently I've just had a personal fleet sitting there wasting money for God knows how long. So yeah, whenever just as a shorthand, what I normally do is I try to just kind of come up. I don't have like a specific number that I think of when it comes to a discounted value that I give to Wait, I didn't convert this yet, did I? No, it's still Catholic. But I just try and come up with some discount factor for my for like my AI allies, because again, it's really helpful to have these guys running around and and clobbering the Franks or something like that. But it's not ever guaranteed, so I try to err on the side of caution where I can with that. Okay. Again, I'm assuming that they're going to force me to see this thing through to the end, so we will force the issue at the expense of some of my troops. Although again, the good news is apparently it seems like my personal levies are becoming quite a bit stronger because oh, for God's sake. So they actually did bother to show up. Probably gonna lose everyone to attrition, but I think to save costs, we'll just drop these guys. That's a special event troop, but again, no major reason for me to hang on to that. Alright, and we can finally enforce the demands. Okay, so now we've got some decisions to make, especially with regards to my domain and my vassal limit, because I suspect that's guillotined my... oh no, my army levies still seem to be fine. Strange question, system talk, but have I read any books that seem to help playing this game, like unintentionally reading something for personal reasons, and do you find yourself recalling on that knowledge? Well, one imperfect feature of this game, if you're interested in the history, is this Wikipedia link. Now, the problem here is that this is a member of, like, my fictional dynasty, right? So this isn't too useful to you beyond the first couple of generations. Like, I'm going to guess that these descendants of Charlemagne have no Wikipedia link, but I can click on this for King Pepin. You know, Pepin the Hunchback. Pepin, or Pippin the Hunchback, was the eldest son of Charlemagne, born of the Frankish noblewoman Himiltrude. Pepin was probably developed kyphosis after birth. Leading medieval historians give him the epithet Hunchback. He lived in his father's court even after Charlemagne dismissed his mother and took another wife, Hildegarde, around 781, Pepin's half-brother Carloman, so on and so forth. I don't use this feature very often just because usually when I want to learn about something like that, I'll just go out and look for it, right? But it's tough to say, right? Because clearly on some of my casts, maybe not so much tonight, but I do often bring up some kind of I do tend to bring up these kinds of, you know, historical tidbits over time. I think the best thing that I could say would be I like history. I don't know a lot about medieval history. The closest I've ever really come to that would be reading Ernst Gombrich's A Little History of the World on cast, and then Twitch banned me for doing that, so we had to put an end to those reading streams. But I mean, personally, I think the thing that has been I guess the most interesting for me in terms of I don't know, like in terms of this is going to be a tough one, actually. I mean, so like I did political economy, and I'm interested in how sort of societies organize themselves. I'm sort of interested in how, you know, how certain things get done and how people interact. Like, obviously it's hard for me to disentangle my my political interests and my economic interests from actually, I wonder if I can free myself up for a better council member. It's hard for me to disentangle these interests from the game, but I mean, it's not like I sit down and I say, oh, you know, Asimoglu and Robinson wrote this in, you know, really anything, right? There's a lot of different ways that I can sort of angle this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to assign... I definitely don't want somebody who has a negative view of me on the council, so we will... Ugh, this is grim. So apparently I can't just assign him as an advisor. Okay, so be it. I'm gonna put somebody who really likes me on the council. I don't think I can put my son on, unfortunately, so... He'll become an advisor. I need to do a charm offensive on this guy. See if I can have any luck getting my war now. Nope. I suppose at the very least I can raid, but... I didn't do Daniel Smith's 50 strategies that change the world. Justin Trudeau, 30 more years? I don't quite follow that Paradox Gaming. Horus Sophola. Man, they're going crazy on the conversions. Can't stop thinking of all those prisoners in my dungeon. They are at my complete mercy. What a thrill it would be to hurt them, to hear their sweet screams and see the panic in their eyes. Resist my foul impulses? Yeah, the 30 more years one. All right. What does this guy think of me? So, I mean, I can make some money if I ransom him. He is a family member. Yeah, you know what? Doesn't have the money, though. Alright, so something tells me I'm not going to be getting this war anytime soon. I can probably make this a little easier for myself, though, by redistributing some of these titles, so... I inherited this... So both of them are my vassals. Okay, that's dealt with. Now, let's see if I can get my vassal limit under control. It's not as high of a priority as getting my domain in order, but there's a quick way that you can do that, which is just to take a look at your vassals and order them by rank. So, for instance, Holgamer. So he's running something in my realm. Actually, I also think he doesn't quite count as a count, so... Alright. So eventually what I want to start doing is maybe rolling some of these into duchies. Looks like all of these guys are chiefs. Ah, now here's an interesting idea. Yeah, so if I take that, and I grant that to the kid, yeah, so he's mad about the title revocation, and I think if I... Well, if I ransom him, he actually starts liking me, so... Alright, so what's the deal with this guy? He wants stuff is basically his problem. Alright, I think probably... Well, this is not going to work because it's getting him to break up his own faction. Oh, you know what? Screw it. I don't even care if he finds out. I gotta get rid of this guy. Said I was gonna try and get my court under control, so... Okay, actually, here's an interesting... Well, so I was going to say, if I can find out who the dukes in my realm are, I can see if I can maybe, like, give some smaller vassals to them. The hell is this? Yeah, so this stuff is a perfect example of why I want the ability to revoke titles, because I hate the fact that there are like counties inside here that are not held properly. I get a little neurotic about this stuff, but I don't particularly want to anger him. All right, now I think I don't like the idea of somebody who dislikes me getting that vassal, so I'm gonna hold off on that. School owes me a favor, but I think if I were to initiate the war... Oh, okay, this is easy actually, so I'll just call her in her council support for the war. Alright, NC Kate. I think in this case I'm okay bringing my own guys in. It's mostly just because of the... Yeah, I gotta do something about these guys in my prisons. I feel like basically it's a big untapped revenue resource. But I also need to think about the consequences in terms of factions and such. So I think what I'm probably gonna do... Aha! So I can do a little bit of a cabinet shuffle. Okay, so I've got a guy who's got 10. 12 is my best. 3, 9. Well, you know what? We're gonna change him to steward. This is mostly to get him out of a particularly sensitive role, so we'll get him building my legend. This time we're going to assign a good spy. And for now I'm going to scheme. It may turn out that I want to use her to build up the plot against this guy. But for now I'm gonna settle for the I'm gonna settle for like the lower goal. I'm kind of overdoing it as far as my army's concerned, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Alright. I think that should be enough ship-wise. I still haven't worked out a good way to, like, bring up my fleets. I always feel like I have too much raised, and it's a little inefficient to move them around, but it's not the end of the world. I always wind up losing a bunch of money when I raise fleet. Oh, actually, we are short. I could just, you know, lower the number of troops I'm bringing in, but that would be madness. Alright, so this is mostly just to kind of capture more of Scandinavia for myself. It's an easy target. Eventually we'll sort of use this island to launch raids on the rest of the Christian world. But for now I kind of decided to take the ones that are isolated. It's mostly just to sort of... I think the idea here is that if it's difficult for me to go and defend, it's also difficult for them to go and... I don't know, just kind of go and do the same to me. Alright, Elkanu, thanks a lot for stopping by, as always. I probably should go to bed reasonably soon myself, but it's a great pleasure to have you in here. Guys, I will mention it again. Elkanu, even though it's in French, and I know it's a really hard time to convince people to check out the channel, Elkanu is one of the best entertainers on Twitch in any language. I strongly recommend that you check him out. He's been doing some more Dark Souls lately. He is phenomenal at that game. It is some of the most fun that I have watching. So by the way, Silver Nightwing, I apologize. I hope you're still lurking. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry, I've been a little scattered on the chat. But guys, please do check out Elkanu. Please do give him a follow. It's definitely worth your time to check him out. And I always feel very welcome there. Whenever I come in, I'm sure you will feel the same. And again, he's somebody who, even though, you know, I tremendously enjoy the game, I tremendously enjoy his stream regardless. I think he is somebody who really merits the special shout-outs, the special attention. Young Alfred has finished her education in the ways of faith and learning. I notice with pride that she has attained nothing less than a masterful level of knowledge. She is now a mastermind theologian. She does a number on her stats. The only problem is she's depressed. So let's go off to medieval Tinder. All right. So what I want to do, ideally I want to marry her off to somebody important. So I'll gain 13 from that, 13 from that. Okay, so 13 from all of this stuff. And apparently the Germanics are not highly rated because they're all mine. I think we'll go on this one. If I make it matrilineal, they'll say no, but we'll send that off, mostly just because it improves my my prestige by doing so. That's, I mean, that's reason enough. So it might make sense for me to just give the territory off to the person who already holds this one. This looks like taking that territory obviously wasn't enough to finish the war, so what we're going to do now is just rampage across England, or Scotland rather, sorry. And to save a little bit of money, I'm actually going to take my boats And I'm basically just going to take them away. Because there's really no advantage to me spending money on them as they just sort of wait for me to do something about... Oh! Oh my. So it looks like my guys have been busy taking counties away from the... at least rebels. I'm okay letting that run by. I need to be a little more careful on any more boats showing up. So what can potentially happen there is if they get enough guys, they'll eventually start sort of laying siege to that holding that I've taken. But the easy answer there, actually they might be doing that right now. Let's take a quick look at where they are troop-wise. So it looks like they've only got 500 to their name, so what I'm going to do... Alright, so they can actually lay siege to this, so I'm going to cut this in half. I'm going to raise one batch of ships. Can I do that in this menu? I thought you could. Yeah, no matter. I don't need a really big fleet to do this, but I'm just going to take half of my troops to go and clobber these guys in the north, and then the rest of them are going to lay siege to... It's not quite enough. Okay, so 255. Yeah, this is the right one to peel off. So these guys are going to go on the boat and they'll deal with the 403. These guys, in the meantime, are just going to go and take other parts of the Scottish territories. Gotta be a little careful about this because I lose half of my morale, but again, we've just got sheer numbers on our side and they don't really have anywhere to run, so one win on that front and it's pretty much game over. Alright, more education. I think that's one of my daughters, so... She has become indolent, playful, and an idolizer. So I think in that one we'll make her intrigue-based. Like I said, it's not an absolute rule that I have that every daughter I have has to have a diplomatic focus. The idea here instead is rather that I want them to... I want to start them off as sort of diplomatic specialists, and then if I can, you know, if for whatever reason they're more appropriate for some other role, I'll make them do that instead. All right, this is a great opportunity to whittle down their numbers. Oops, missed opportunity. And here I don't think we have too much to fear from the sea anymore, so we're just gonna head out and again we'll drop the fleet levies where we can just to keep the costs down. As she's growing older, I can see that Gunhildur could use some guidance in some of my more expertised area. It will require hard work and may not always be appreciated, but this is my chance to make self-sacrifice. Again, unless daughters can inherit, I don't want to give up stats just so they can get better at what they do. as you can see here, I've divided my forces into 3 stacks. The main reason behind that is just I know that the maximum levy that the Scots can bring up are well below any of these. I could probably even divide them once more, but I don't want to... Like, one loss sets me back really far, whereas, you know, one extra territory isn't going to mean... It's not going to be like the difference between succeeding in the invasion and not. So in this case here, I don't mind sort of taking my time, sort of flushing out all of the areas. One of the things that I like doing too here is if I can remove all of the possibilities in the north, like this little island here is a good little hiding place for an army that's running. So if I can eliminate that as a possibility, then that means that I just need to focus here, and all of a sudden, you know, I can have these giant stacks marching on the capital. So that's actually kind of similar to what became the counterinsurgency strategy in Iraq, which would be that you wouldn't just secure an area, but you would leave enough of a force that the insurgents couldn't move back. That's kind of what the troop surge was about. Now, in this game, you don't have to actually occupy the areas. That's sort of done implicitly in the game. You'll notice that your force size goes down when you capture a castle, and that's just basically the garrison that you've left. But basically, the pattern that you use in sort of taking out different counties can mean the difference between like whether or not they're able to raise levies there again, or whether or not they're able to, you know, to do, I don't know, what's another way of putting this? Like, it's more so anticipating where your future troop needs are going to be. So if you can sort of funnel them down into this one obvious path, especially if it's something like mountainous or that you know you can secure, then that just means that you're going to have an easier time dealing with any contingencies that come up. Okay, so I can blackmail them because they're homosexual. I could threaten them because they're craven. I actually think blackmailing is better because zealous might also mean that they don't respond well to the threat. So let's blackmail them. Honored King, though I curse your name, I will comply with your unfair demand. Just keep the sensitive information to yourself. Excellent. All right. So I think we're going to go back to stomping out the group there. I don't know if he's still Nope, he's zealous, so we're okay for some of my my legislative goals. Looks like we can't change anything until next year anyway, so... But it'll be nice because I do have that favor that's still been called in, so... And again, as long as we don't have... one thing that I do sort of want to do is finish up one of these sieges here, just so that I can... just so I can stop them from moving their troops up to the island. But I think it's better to capture territory than it is to stomp that that group in the capital. She seems to have a natural charm and a way with words. I can beat it out of her, or I'm sure she will suffer in life. Gregarious is not a bad trait to have for a diplomat, so... So this looks like a pair of vassals who are busy fighting. You can, incidentally, so you'll notice whenever the vassals have been fighting, or maybe you haven't in terms of the corner, but there is actually a way that you can enforce order. Where was it? It's in the council menu. Enforce realm peace. I'm not that bothered with my vassals actually fighting amongst each other. Let's get at least one chief in on this. The main reasoning is that the way the titles are divided is a bit weird. It would be nice if my family members can sort of do the consolidation themselves, but damn it. Looks like King Boltfur perished. King Boltfor feasts in Valhalla at age 66. He died a natural death, a wroth man people feared to cross him or even bring bad news. A wicked man, Boltfor will surely pay for his sins in the afterlife. King Ulfr, merely 11 years old, the realm is left in the capable hands of the regent and the council. Long live King Ulfr. So, I need to be very careful with what I do for the next few rounds. We'll offer peace. This is going to get a little tricky to get my guys out, unfortunately, but... Actually, let's bring up another ship. Alright, so I can still make the Empire of Scandinavia. Let's take a look at... Alright, so Raphael is angry with me. I don't have any powerful vassals, so now I can assign titles based on merit. However, I want loyal counselors. Okay, so this guy's gotta go. So in the end, like this guy's not going to be happy until he gets a title. So now, unfortunately, it looks like my regent doesn't like the idea of killing him. So this is going to be a tough couple of years, I think. So I think for precaution, just to preserve the realm unity. Oh, hello. I need 400 piety. Ah, so I made a mistake by not doing that under my previous ruler. I didn't even think about the piety aspect. It's funny, actually, because I was going to do that just after the conquest, but such is life. Also, I need to decide on my allocation. So let's... This guy's a family member. This is gonna be tricky just because I don't think I have any male... I don't have any male members of the family that I can just hand stuff off to anymore. I'm gonna pull out the full line just to eliminate possibilities. Hopefully this will save between... Okay. So that's all good. This guy's dead and it's all women. So Ulfr is kind of the last of this line. That's broken, so Ivar's has ended. Yeah, that's ended there. This is okay. This mysteriously still is. So it might actually make some sense to ransom him. Or just outright release him. Let's also give him Calitland. Alright, the council doesn't like that. Oh, but that's because one role is unfulfilled, so... Okay, so not a lot of people really like me. If I give him the title, he's still not going to like me enough, so... Igna is already on the council. He's already on the council. He's... Good lord, they're all on the council. Hang on. Okay, so... So he'd like me by 40 for that, and I know he's going to support that. So let's appoint him as an advisor. So the pragmatist doesn't like it. Wait a minute, don't I have this power? Why doesn't the... I must be missing something here. This must be because I'm in a regency. This is great. Apparently I can... apparently just outright steal this for 190... You know, let's go for it. Oh, that's a problem actually. That was... that was a duchy. Okay, so what I think I need to do is I need to get a favor from somebody, which is fair enough. I think I'll go... Who's old? I think my spy master's probably least likely to... Oh, wait a minute, but is he opposed to it? I can't believe I'm actually going to be giving away... I'm giving away 2 titles. And I'm specifically requesting... Okay, 23, 38, 42. So I'll request... We also need to get these guys off of this island, otherwise they're gonna die. Alright, so finally I should be able to... give this guy some titles. So I still have too many titles, unfortunately, and not a lot I can do about that until I become old enough. But what we're gonna do is be kind of dickish. Oop. Okay, apparently this army isn't allowed to raid for some reason. So we will... Also, let's assign some commanders before I go any further. This guy would have been good for my, my marshal, actually. I wonder if I can change that. Okay, so Raphael, we've got a diplomat working on him, as well as... here we go. During Regency, all councillors vote on all issues, even normally those outside their purview. So I'm not going to be able to try to assassinate this guy, unfortunately. I'll set my crown focus in my capital as usual. And we'll make sure everybody's sort of assigned to what they were supposed to do. So I've got a couple of Catholic provinces now that I need to deal with. Hopefully my seer is up to it. They haven't been so far, but we'll do our best. All right. The target's a defenseless child. Jesus Christ, that's not true. Yeah, this guy's really gotta go. He holds influence over one of the council members too. So I still don't know why this guy doesn't like me so much. Well, I sort of do through the fact that the game tells me, but... Alright. I think I also need to start contending with the fact that we've got angry factions, so... my Spy Master becomes available next August. I think we'll worry about that. One of my bigger concerns is the fact that there's a council member who... I mean, basically, if they try to enforce something... and like my regent's a member, I'm done for. Like, there's just no way that I'm going to be able to resist that. So, okay, so I've got brooding and conscientious, of which I am neither. I am an idolizer, playful, and timid. So I actually think in this case a learning approach will be better for this character. Not great for stewardship by any means, but I think but playful contradicts that. You know what? We'll still go for it. So this will at least give me some technological edges, which I need for enacting sort of the laws that I'm looking for. Worrying reports have reached you regarding my marshal, Jarl Friedrich. It seems that he has been using some soldiers to extort money from the peasantry in Selvig. Interesting. So I can say he's forfeited his office. Potential... Alright, I'll deal with this later. It has the least losses for me, unfortunately, but this is going to be a problem. And the factions are also... okay, so this guy wants a job. Alright, this guy is unfortunately not a... He's not going to like me for this, unfortunately, but I have a powerful vassal that wants to be on the council. I now have 2 malcontents, unfortunately, but it's better than dealing with a rebellion. So part of this game is going to be just waiting out my my youth. It's going to be really touch and go with the lower tribal organization, because this is one that I really can't afford to have happen. Fortunately, though, I have a couple of ways of working through this. Alright, my prisoner Holmgar of Finland is complaining about his dark cell in his dungeon, asking for more suitable accommodations. Let's see here. So there's still traders who I can knock out of the cells. They all don't like me though, so I will still say let him rot. What I'll probably wind up doing at some point when I do found Scandinavia, I'm basically going to go through the cells, I'm going to revoke as much as I can, and I'm going to completely restructure the distribution of titles. But I need to be careful how I do that. I can't do that at my age because I'm under a regency council. And then, oh my god. There's no stopping these guys. The best I could hope to do would be to hire mercenaries, because I don't have access to... I don't have access to enough prestige to raise a tribal army, but that blows out my budget for, that blows out my budget for, Scandinavia. Okay, so I gotta deal with this guy. I'm pretty sure they're gonna trigger at any minute, but... yeah, for too long you've restricted our rights. The time has come to lower tribal organization with your regent Igna among my supporters. Not reported anywhere here, but okay, we'll take that for granted. You have no other choice but to accept. So I just lost tribal organization, which means I'm going to have to exert a lot of effort to get that back. I love fun and games, but the best game of all is the one of tricking people into doing things for me. I lose playful and I gain deceitful. Holy crap, they're gonna do it again. Yeah, there's gonna be some... There will be heads that roll. once I'm old enough. So what the name of the game now is basically going to be is trying to... yeah, it's tough. See, the thing that I don't get is that my regent likes me and is devoted to me, but is for some reason becoming a part of factions which are actually really damaging to my interests. Although I suppose one thing that I can do now, because it doesn't really matter what my army looks like, I can at least go and do some raiding. Yeah, I think I probably... I mean... So thinking back on it, like, obviously I would have been able to get Scandinavia under the previous ruler, but I don't think it would be realistic to think that I wouldn't have had these problems. Alright, so I've got space for another advisor. Hopefully we can bring people who are actually useful to me. See, he wants a spot on the council, but he's such a bastard. I have to do it, though, because the alternative is to just, you know... deal with another massive faction that can do whatever it wants. Yeah, so we're going to lose tribal organization. I do not get why they're allowed to just do that multiple times. So I think it's going to take about 20 years plus... I mean, it's about 10 years, I think, every time that I want to redo a given law. Or maybe it's 5. But yeah, so under the previous guy, I might have been able to reform... I might have been able to reform the religion, I might have been able to found Scandinavia, but in the end, unless he lived long enough for the regency not to occur, I would have been dealing with these problems one way or the other. So it just basically what happened here was that one rebellion that killed my most eligible my most eligible heir really hurt me. So here we'll at least get a little rating, and hopefully this will at least pay for itself in terms of the loot. Actually, I guess I kind of need to keep this thing in raiding distance. Alright, more powerful vassals, which is sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. I've got to get rid of this guy somehow. Because we gave up so much to try and achieve this tribal organization. And it's literally just... it's completely undone by one regency. Yeah, for too long you've restricted our rights, it's time to come to blah 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 blah. Queen Mother, even though she's loyal to you, won't do a damn thing, and... oh god, what did they change? I mean, apparently council law. Blackmail them too late. All right. Only 3 more years of this bullshit, don't worry. Price of decadence. The ruling dynasty of the Borogaid Empire has been overthrown by the zealous and hard-living tribesmen of the Shamrid dynasty. Former vassals may seize this opportunity to declare independence. Bloated fools. After being skillfully treated by the court physician Godi Gudmander of Knudsker, my half-sister Bodil is feeling much better. Perhaps he is deserving of some praise. Oh, she should also get married. Nope. So here I'm mostly just trying to get as much money as I can out of this. Obviously, you'll get a bonus for... nope. Obviously, as a... as Vikings, if we're at peace too long, then we'll suffer penalties anyway. Jesus H. Christ. So it keeps claiming that it's lowering it, but it doesn't actually seem to be doing so. Although they might have gotten rid of my council powers, which is really bad in that case. I keep forgetting that these things are worth so much when you actually sack them. I mean, it's nice when there's the churches just because they do improve your moral authority by a little bit. Alright. Who is this jackass and what can I hit him with? Blackmail. I've got indolent, playful, and brooding, which seems to me like... either stewardship or... yeah, intrigue seems to be the way to go with this one. This one, brooding, indolent, willful... probably not. As I grow older, I increasingly find that my faith is the true fountain of strength, and I praise Thor. So I become zealous. I think I will try stewardship with her. That sort of conflicts with another one of her personality traits. We're gonna lower it again. I mean, my hope here is that Nomad settled. The king of the Hungarians, Emperor Tascany Bransk, has decided to settle down in Bransk, making his new tribal homeland. Interesting. I didn't know that was an empire. Pretty weak empire, but... yeah, so a lot of this is just sort of working out what the next couple of moves are going to be. I don't think there's any lower cost for making Scandinavia with... there might be with having more of the titles. And it's fairly easy to fight the Pict, so I might just do a quick round against them. Austrasia is also fairly weak. Oh dear. Somebody wants to kill me, it looks like. A lot of people want to kill me. And... alright. I am gonna kick this guy's ass once I get out of hiding. Assuming I don't go crazy, but I only have one more year of this, so... So the good news here is it seems like it isn't going any lower than what it was before. It's still a complete pain in the ass that I have to deal with this, but... They've been spending too much time in hiding in dusty cold cellars and not getting enough fresh air. It is said that stale air with closed rooms is unhealthy if too much time is spent there. Indeed, you aren't feeling too well. Cough. Queasy feeling overcomes you and you feel an immediate urge to vomit. Alas. Godi Gudmundur of Kunstger states that his extensive medical experience leads him to certain conclusion that you have the flu. He insists that you follow his instructions. Alright, when's my birthday? 26th of March. Can I survive these plots long enough? Let's give it a shot. Remedy, you're vomiting. The Godi rubbed lovely scented oil on every servant of your court. It's not your fault they're filthy, my lord. As the day drags on, seemingly never-ending, you can barely keep your eyes open. You seem to have no energy at all. I am now fatigued. He insists that I should abstain from food in order to feel better and prescribed a 3-day fast. I swear I'm chopping off heads if I survive this. What's this gonna cost me? Bloodletting it is. Confined to your bed, body racked with aches and chills, I've contracted the flu. Well, at least I've lost the minor maladies. Your court physician, Godi Gudmundur, has come to see you, offers treatment for your illness. He explains that there are several different types of treatment he can offer. As long as you know what you're doing. Please only do what's necessary. Treatment sounds scary. What are his capabilities? I mean, he's very high learning. Say as long as you know what you're doing.
I would never want to belong to any...
Just who exactly? Thank you very much for that follow. Glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm doing a little less commentary right now, but I think that's because I'm utterly perplexed as to what to do with this Regency Council, and I'm trying to just survive. Alright. Godi Gudmander lowered his hand into the bucket he brought to your chambers. When he pulled it out again, a little fish was wriggling between his fingers. Open wide, he prompted you, and dropped it in your mouth. You struggled not to retch as it tickled the back of your throat. I actually feel better. Apparently I am incapable, though. Not so sure about some of these, so... bedridden, but also successfully treated. So my prestige is up. Not 100% clear what I'm going to be doing to get my piety where it needs to be for either reforming the pagan religion or founding Scandinavia. Alright. Looks like I've dealt with the diseases. Now the big question is, do I run out the clock live with these two powerful vassals trying to kill me, or do I go into hiding for the last couple of months before my birthday? I think we can run out the clock on this, so... yeah, in a sense, just who exactly. So the best way to term this would be a pausable real-time strategy game. So, oop, I think we just converted... Nope. Still Catholic. So normally, I guess for the purposes of most discussions, when people think of real-time strategy, they think something like, you know, StarCraft or something like this. And it's not exactly like that. I mean, the best thing I can say for myself, a strange chest made of unknown metal was recovered by your men while they looted the holding. Try as they might, they haven't been able to force the chest open, and its contents remain a mystery. It has now been deposited in your care. One day the chest will be open, mark my words. Alright. We still have a church to take down, so I think we'll do that and we'll head back on the boat, because I suspect we're not going to get the money for... Oh, actually, we still have plenty of money we can get. So I guess we'll keep raiding. But yeah, so basically everything happens in real time. The difference is that you can... It is actually recommended, in my view, to pause the game and figure out what your plans are. So right now I'm on speed setting 3 of 5. I've tried whenever I'm on sort of a pausing and talking moment to go down to 1, which as you can see, it makes the days go by very slowly. Right, so hopefully on the 26th I come of age and this horrible Regency Council is over. Excellent. The Regency of King Ulfr of Denmark has ended. I finished my education in the ways of faith and learning. I find that I have some talent for it. I am a scholarly theologian, which will reduce my intrigue, but will increase my diplomacy, stewardship, learning. Also decrease my fertility, which is not great. And as I keep getting older, I find that humility comes naturally to me, which is good for my piety, actually. So yeah, I mean, if you play it with other people, I think you're going to have a little bit of a hard time. I think you're going to have a bit of a hard time like pausing as frequently as I do. But I think the main idea here is take kind of take I don't know what's the best way to say, like, does it require micro like Warhammer, Halo? Yeah, exactly. Just to exactly. I mean, the combat is largely automated in the game, with I will note, with a couple of exceptions. So, like, definitely your decisions as far as you know, where you move your troops and that. To me, like, pausing it and figuring out where things are going is definitely helpful. But a lot of people when I play this actually ask me about. They definitely ask me about like Total War, which I haven't played that much of. But apparently so I did a little bit of medieval Total War just to sort of see what people were talking about, and it definitely it makes sense why people make that that connection. It's definitely a well like if you take the map part of Total War and you take away the combat parts, they're very similar games. The difference on this one is this game drills in very, very deeply in terms of the relationship between a vassal and their lord. And the diplomacy of this game is the heart and soul of it. Like, I've been dealing with the fact that my Regency Council is enacting policies that I don't want them to. And it's, it's definitely been causing me some grief. So actually, for the benefit of maybe, I don't know how much you know about this game just exactly, but one of the things that I normally do is sort of explain why I'm making certain decisions. In this particular one, there's a couple of paths that I can take. I could do a diplomatic-oriented one like family to try and boost my fertility, but also to boost my fertility, I could do something like seduction. Definitely that improves my goal as groom and heir, and the fact that I'm a scholarly theologian reduces my fertility, so I kind of need to do something to counterbalance it. However, there are a couple of other things that I'm considering, which, trying to boost my piety is one of them. And I've got a particularly learning-focused character, so now might be a good time for me to try and accomplish a few different technological goals. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do a theology focus for the first year. So King Ulfr leads a religious life of contemplation, prayer, and meditation. Good for my health, improves my temple vassals. I don't know if you can go on a pilgrimage as a pagan, but yeah, Wakiji, it is for PC. So for those of you who don't know a lot about. All right, we're getting married. We can collect a royal aid duty to pay for the ceremonies. In this case, I'm going to boost my prestige and say people respect wealth. So here I just brought a 16-year-old bride, young, most eligible for getting me an heir. All right, now in September 1952, we can start trying to reinstate some of the things that I lost. We still have enough troops to keep sieging down these territories. So, what I'm doing here is, as a Norse pagan, I am able to sort of go into territories and raid them. One thing that will boost the moral authority of the church is basically kind of looting temples and things like this. If I can get this faith up to, or this moral authority up to 50%, I have the option of reforming the Germanic faith. So in this case, reforming the Germanic faith will turn it into an organized religion with a religious head. Unless you control all the holy sites, doing so requires 50% moral authority and control of 3 Germanic holy sites. It will cost you 750 piety. Rulers of Reformed pagan religion can use the holy war casus belli to gain access to most succession laws, no longer suffer prestige losses while at peace, and will have less trouble with independent-minded vassals. However, they will also lose the defensive supply limit penalty for religious enemies in their territory, and vassals will get upset if you leave their levies raised too long for no good reason. So what this is, the battles are a little bit more like a spreadsheet, Wacky G. And hello, the Rep 2. Or the Rep 11. So the battles are, the focus again on this game is a little bit more of the grand strategy element. It's a little bit more of the, What does their army look like? 214 men? Or 2,004? I can handle that. I will not be blackmailed. So this will give you guys a chance to see the combat, actually. So I'm going to load up my raiders onto my boat. We will call in the allies. I'll also raise my vassal levies. We'll see who my friends are. Oh yeah, I also promised I was going to kill some guys for being a pest on my council. So my steward definitely needs to get killed. Who's my successor? Nobody. All right. Yeah, just to exactly. One thing I will say, so I have a bit of a relationship with Paradox. They've given me keys to a couple of their other games, Stellaris and Hearts of Iron 4. One thing I will let you know is that there is a new DLC to be released for this game relatively soon. Usually when that happens, there'll be a sale. Whether it's a sale for the original game or whether it's a sale for the DLC is a little bit of a question. But in terms of, you know, I'm always of the opinion price is what you pay, value is what you get. So if you look at the current price and say that this is, you know, worth it. Oh my god. I didn't realize I got so much from looting. The recent influx of looted treasure has encouraged buying and investment at Svelzig, which in turn has attracted more warriors who are hungry for gold. Well, that's particularly useful for me right now. So I'm just going to quickly disband this group, mostly because it will allow me to raise it again and take advantage of my better numbers. But yeah, so again, if you think the price is fair at what you see right now, I obviously can't guarantee you if or when the game is ever going to go on sale, but historically, you've been able to get it at a slightly lower price when a new DLC is released. And what I can say is this game can be quite costly if you buy all of the DLC at full price. And obviously, you usually don't want to spend like a couple of $100 on a game sight unseen. Although, obviously, if you have any questions, I may not be streaming for too much longer tonight because I do have work in the morning. But obviously, I try to answer as many questions as I can. You know, to try and be a good steward of the game and the attention that I get from it. But one of the things I would recommend is, for me, even though I've gotten some things from Paradox in the past, all of the DLC that I've gotten for Crusader Kings 2 has been either from my own money or donated to the stream. And one of the ways I recommend sort of navigating that is take a look at the things that interest you the most. So for instance, when I first got this game, I wanted the bigger map and the older timeline, so I picked up the Old Gods. I got the Republic because I like the idea of merchant republics, and I think I got Sword of Islam because I have a couple of Muslim friends who really wanted to check out the game, and I thought it would be neat if they could play a caliphate. And then just slowly over time, as I got into the game more and more, you know, a sale would come by, and maybe I pick up, you know, a portrait pack or something like that, or I pick up, you know, another piece of DLC. So what I'm playing right now has all of the DLC currently available for the game, except for Sunset Invasion, which is just what I'm not that interested in. Yeah, Monks and Mystics does look really interesting. But yeah, with that in mind, I just say, you know, it's not a race. As cool as this game is with all of the DLC, I do think that it is important to buy things that you think are fairly priced. So if you find that there's a bit of sticker shock in terms of the game, what I would suggest is just slowly... It's actually not a bad way of learning the mechanics too, as you slowly start filing in some DLC and you start seeing how the game changes on the basis of those new features that they add. I think that's the way to go. I will also say some of the more recent ones have been the more interesting ones for me. So like Way of Life introduced all of these sort of different focuses that I can have for my life, and Conclave was the one that sort of introduced all these council mechanics, which are frustrating in some cases, but are really rewarding because it's a little bit more real, basically. So, anyways, as she's growing older, I can see that she could use some guidance in my more experienced areas learning. This is a chance to make an effort for the sake of her education. I could say knowledge is power, always learn more. Do I want to become stubborn? Not bad. Don't be distracted by lust. I'm actually going to go for stubborn just because it'll help me out with my stewardship. And as you can see here, my demand size actually increased as a result of that, so that was the right call. I seem to have a lot fewer troops than I was supposed to. Oh, it's because the 900's still coming in. So this rebellion isn't too frightening. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up. I think I'm going to move up into their territories and force them to take the fight to me, because I can afford to lose a couple of areas. Yeah, well, I mean, for those of you looking for historical accuracy, welcome to the Danish Empire in, 852. Ongoing civil wars caused both loyal veterans and various adventurers to make their way to Selsvig for the muster. Excellent. So we just got 200 more troops. There are many mysteries in the Germanic faith. It might be interesting to listen to more ancient stories as told by the Gotis. I shall summon storytellers, again boosting up our piety in hopes of either founding an empire or reforming the religion. King Synod has finished her education in ways of faith and learning. I notice with pride that she has attained nothing less than a masterful level of knowledge. Alright, so she's in prison, which isn't great. Let's see if I can ransom her. Nope. So I will release her. And as always, we will go to... Oh, this isn't mine to give away. My bad. I was just gonna marry her off to get rid of her, but... Court physician Godi Gamander has completely botched the treatment of my half-sister's disease. Gita is worse off than even before, barely clinging on to life. I am expected to punish him for this transgression. What would be a suitable punishment? I always like this option. Let's just make sure. So he's my seer, so I actually kind of want to... Oh yeah, I can afford this. So he's really good at what he does, so I'll say into the dungeon with him. Then we'll ransom him. So slight hit to his opinion of me. Now we'll appoint him seer. And... easy money. And yeah, Astral Seer, I think it's fair to say, even Paradox has gone out and said that, it was sort of a somewhat hastily done DLC. You know what? I lied. I'm actually going to, I'm gonna go straight on to the Rebellion. To be able to take out a 1200 stack like that is actually a pretty good opportunity. In the past few months, you have spent many nights listening to the old myths and stories of the Germanic faith. The tales told of Thor are most inspiring and contain much wisdom that can help you in daily life. It is wise to listen and ponder. So I've gained learning for ancient wisdom and religious studies, and an additional 20 piety. Again, I need to get to 400 in order to found the Empire of Scandinavia, and I need about 750 as well as a high moral authority to reform the Germanic faith. Of course, the other thing I could do is reach out and try and take some of these other territories. The problem here is that if Austrasia, if they ever kind of get back on their feet, like it's very easy to see how they'll be able to try and retake Zealand, and I won't necessarily be able to defend myself that strongly. So it's a pretty risky strategy to try and take that temple. It might pay off though, because I really only need it for the duration of time to. Oops. They'll arrive 24th of August. I'll arrive in September, which is not fast enough. All right, now they're in trouble. Yeah, it's a really good soundtrack, Oswald the Lucky. Again, we can probably win just by taking over their territories, but at this point here, I think it's a little faster for me to just smack them. Alright, looks like there's still the plot to try and kill me, so... And they don't want to do it, so... In fact, I cannot believe that they don't want to. That's insane. Alright. This guy has definitely gotta go. Even my Chancellor is not that bad. Actually, I can give him a... Let's make him Law Speaker. That brings him on side. So who else is in this plot to try and kill me? Alright. So it's not a very high chance, but at least it gets this guy who's in the plot off my back, so... safely locked away in my dungeon awaiting his fate, which means that he's not going to be able to do anything in that plot. And I get to appoint somebody to the council. More importantly, one of my people to the council. Austria will become a power. Yeah, the big worry that I have is, so the temple, the pagan temple or holy site is here in Zealand. Now, I have enough of a private army to more or less be able to handle, like when it comes down to it, I should be able to handle this guy on my own. The drawback is once allies become a part of it, and of course they could choose to declare war at any time. Alright, fate smiles upon me, the queen is pregnant. So I think the better route right now is just to go on raids. Like in the end, all that I would need to do to get the moral authority up to 50% is basically burn 7 temples. I mean, whether or not I can actually accomplish that is another question. Well, Astral Seer, so it depends, right? The conditions that it gives would be a moral authority of 50% or 5 of 5 holy sites. So to get the 50%... Alright, I gotta end this siege so I can clobber these guys. The Manichaean faith triumphant. The adherents of the Zoroastrian faith have steadily dwindled to the point where the Manichaean believers are in the majority. This new state of affairs has reduced Zoroastrian faith to a de facto heresy. All former Zoroastrian holy orders are now Manichaean. Alright, this is kind of nice that they split up this way because it means that I'm able to sort of topple down these smaller groups one by one. Time to give the Pope a visit, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Viking invasion of the Vatican. How did I say it, Jesse Quill? Against? Jesse Quill, being from New York, likes my ridiculous Canadian accent. Yet another morning when I wake up feeling as tired as when I went to bed. I should do something about my listless mind. Perhaps I need to spend some time alone. I can seclude myself in prayer and meditation, or bah, I'll get over it eventually. Yeah. I'm gonna go into hiding for a little bit. Secluded in my cave, I have subsisted only on sacred roots and bitter juices favored by the priests. My thoughts are clear. It is my will alone that I set my mind in motion. I resolve to be a better man. I gain 100 piety. I gain the traits temperate and diligent. I did not appreciate how cool this this focus is. So for those of you considering on possibly buying Crusader Kings, a lot of these little role-playing events that you're seeing are coming up from the Way of Life expansion. Oh, yes, I have an open council position as well. I've already got rid of one of the malcontents. Let's assign somebody who really likes me. Alright, so she's finished her education. As always, we go onto Medieval Tinder, and really the aim here is just to try and connect her with somebody who will increase my prestige. Doesn't really look like that's going to be happening. Yeah, so we'll just connect these two on. It's 1 a.m. here, just landed from a flight. Excuse you, you'll be home in a bit, just in time to fly to Europe on Saturday. I do not envy your plane journeys, Jess. I'll probably be wrapping up myself pretty quickly as well. I really wanted to found Scandinavia, but I don't think that's in my future. I'm glad you like it, Oswald the Lucky. I mean, I think it's a fairly accurate description of the mechanic. I have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Kjolmund Ulfrsson. Oh, twins. Cool. Ah, but he's sickly. All right. Obviously, I'm nominating my son. And so for those of you interested in the combat, so I didn't really show you what the combat exactly looked like because a lot of it was just me barreling over the guy. The main way that wars work in this game... Alright. Oh, looks like they still have something. So we'll see what happens when I go on these guys. They'll arrive July 27th. I arrive on 19th of August, so... See if we can catch them 4th of August, 12th of August. Good God, 17th, 27th, okay. So they're staying put now. I'll also slow it. Oh, we're at 100%. So what you want to do is you want to get your war score up to 100%. Occupation has contributed 73% of that, basically us controlling their territory. The battles contributed 42%, so obviously this is more than 100%. If you get to 100%, you can enforce your demands. What will happen is the guy who started the rebellion will lose 200 prestige. I gain 48 prestige from crushing the rebellion. Also, if you're fighting over like wars, or if you're fighting a war over land or something like that, you potentially get to claim territory. There's a few different things that can go on with that, but oh yes, and then I was going to imprison. Yeah, it was this guy. Okay, right. So there was still an assassination attempt on me, but we were working on trying to kill this guy ourselves. I wonder if there's a way that I can. So I'm definitely working on trying to... Jesus Christ. It's a lot of people who don't like it. So I think actually what I'll do is I'm going to wait on changing the tribal organization. Oh, but that all follows from... Yeah, so I have to have absolute in order to change my revocation rules. Sorry, Jesse Quill, what was the badass thing you were saying? Okay, so he's complaining about being in prison. I'm still going to say let him rot. Okay, you know what? In order to shape the realm the way that I want it, I actually do need to build it this way. So, what we're going to do is we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in opposition. So what I'm going to try and do here is I'm going to try and win over a few members of my council who will normally vote against the measure. So what I'm going to start off by doing is actually getting the oldest member of the councils, and I'm going to try and get... oh, see, I can't do this either. So this guy will vote for it. I can get these two on side. Oh, hang on, but I'll still outnumber them. So if I... request council support. I can't owe him a favor, but I didn't think I did. Okay, so 1. So apparently, for some reason, I owe this guy a favor. You know, another way that I might approach this is... if I just straight up throw this guy out of the council... I mean, what's he gonna do? He's gonna try and put a faction together to throw me out, so... screw him. At least got rid of the malcontent. Just 2 exactly, sorry. The game does have multiplayer. One drawback with it is if you have too many players, then what happens is the game gets desynced and makes it really difficult to play. But you can absolutely have other human players. What you normally want to do, so like what I'm doing here is just I'm pausing the game whenever I want to do something. Normally what I do is like I'd go down to a speed of 1 and try and I can't believe they don't want to. But it's possible that I can finally get some backing for my laws. All right. So I think I just need to bring one of these guys on. So Barad, Gear, Frederick. 35, 30, 63. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take gear, and I'm going to request council support. So I'm going to owe this guy a favor, but what it's going to do is it's going to mean that my council, which is currently voting on this law that I've implemented, so there's 6 votes, I get 1 vote. So there's a total of 7 votes. 3 people are going to vote on my side, 3 people are going to vote against, and I owe somebody a favor because I got them to try and vote on my side. So my marshal has put forward a plan for experimentation with new military technology inspired by a supposedly brilliant inventor and engineer that he's recently befriended. All he needs is a little funding. 30 gold for new technology is good for me. And yeah, just to exactly, one thing that's great about this game is that the levels that you can play in this are Count, which is the lowest, a Duke, which will have a duchy. It's basically a collection of counts, of counties. Dukes are directly ruled over by kings, and then the highest unit is an empire, which we don't have yet. So it's possible that you could not just play cooperatively, but you could actually be the lord and your friends, your vassals, or something like that. And of course, this gets really interesting if maybe they don't want to be a vassal anymore and they try and do their own thing. So what's going on right now in the game here is the votes are being tallied. The guy who I got for sort of a special just want to make sure this guy isn't on my council anymore, is he? It's my spy master's involved. All right, you know what? Okay, so I gotta wait for this law to finish, but I completely didn't appreciate that my spy master is involved in the plot. I could actually die, so... Actually, this is interesting. So it looks like people are... Alright, not enough to support that, but I can definitely imprison my spy master. Excellent. Alright, so my guards failed to capture him, who's raised his flag in rebellion. So be it. Let's find this guy I'm trying to kill again. And I'm gonna send my mom to try and kill him. I could also put a scheme in my own territory to try and stop the assassination attempt, but I think the better call right now is just to I don't know, just to eliminate them on my own. Notice also we're getting close to the piety that we need to create the Empire of Denmark. I think I'm actually going to do that just to get that out of the way. It's not necessarily the best call because there could be lots of different reasons why I want to reform the pagan faith, but I have a few other options available to me, and I feel like once I'm able to sort of centralize my power, I'm going to be able to turn around and maybe take and hold some of these other religious sites. So now this slightly concerns me, but we'll see whether or not they disembark. I also have the option of calling in my vassals if it comes to if it really comes down to it. So all right, looks like he is still bringing in malcontents. The monophysite faith triumphant. The adherents of the Miaphysite faith have steadily dwindled to the point where the monophysite believers are in the majority. This new state of affairs has reduced the Miaphysite faith to a de facto heresy. All former Miaphysite holy orders are now monophysite. And I very appropriately say that the bickering of fools does not concern me. So just so I can be clear, the imprisoning of this guy, this is somewhat the intended effect, because I know I'm going to be able to take him down. And as a result, I can imprison him, and as a result, I don't need to worry about... I basically don't need to worry about any charges of tyranny because he chose to go up in arms against me. Sorry, I really should have read the flavor text. I believe the war chariot failed. Alright, so somebody just fucked me. I was supposed to have 4 votes on my side, and it said it just failed. That's actually really annoying, because if you can't rely on what that menu tells you, then I just blew a favor for no reason. Oh well. It's possibly the fact that I rebuilt the council might have changed some of this, but... All right, looks like we've finally lost the death threat on me. I do still want to kill this this character, though. They do not like me, and they are a bit of a liability to keep around right now. So I'm going to try and slow down the speed so you guys can actually see the proper combat. Again, these are units that are so small. I have like over 3 times their strength. 4 times, actually. How big is this? Jesus Christ. 6 times. So they're currently retreating. We'll wait till they get back, and then hopefully they'll try attacking us. Right now, what's happening, we're just laying siege to their territories. This is just sort of driven down. Right. So this will be good to go to war with the Scots, I think. Alright, looks like we're not going to be able to... Oh, young Elaine has finished her education in the ways of war. I notice with pride that she has attained nothing less than a masterful level of knowledge. There's a man that I need to arrest and another that I want to assassinate. My spy master, Queen Mother Igna, could help me with either the arrest or the assassination, but not both. We will send her to the plot. And I've noticed that Marshal Jarl Friedrich's hard work and everyone seems to like him. I am deciding between having my marshal heighten the morale of my troops or to try and recruit more soldiers. In this case, I actually want to... I think I'm going to do morale. Normally, I would do the numbers. Ooh. Alright, looks like this guy's actually going to be causing some problems. Yeah, you know what? I think at this point I'm ready to just say bring it on to him. My wife is pregnant again. The cook has prepared a fine meal, but the priest preached about temperance. I will satisfy my hunger with bread and water. Moderation is the key, and I've gained the temperate trait. So what that does for me is it gives me bonuses to stewardship, church opinion, and same trade opinion. Peace. Yes, he's got a bunch of counselors backing him. I think the best thing I can hope for here is just to get my levies back up to where they need to be. God, this was really frustrating not to have this work. And it's going to take me 9 more years. So basically every time that fails, it takes about 10 years to correct it. So what I think I'm going to do for tonight, let's say one more round of questions if anybody has any questions before I finish off tonight. I'm going to wait until I get my 3 remaining piety, and then I'm going to found Scandinavia just to get that off my plate. And even though there's a potential rebellion on my hands, let's get greedy and declare... Oh, for God's sake, why? They're all returning favor. Okay, well, you know what? I don't believe Arnie is actually a powerful vassal. Holy crap, why are they all so mad at me? Oh, because apparently I did something tyrannical? I thought I was allowed to arrest that guy. Alright, that explains all the factions. Alright, it's enough. Incy Orc. So... here I get a de jure claim rather than just a straight up conquest. Actually, this is important, so... in this case, I'm actually going to do the straight conquest because this gives the Germanic faith moral authority. So in this case here, the Glory Hounds don't like this because it's a weak opponent. But the Pragmatists like it because they're a weak opponent, and the Zealot likes it because it's against a religious enemy. So we'll send off the Conquest. I think for this one, we will call the Allies, although I don't think it will help anything. And we're going to send my guys off on a bunch of boats to seal the deal. The crooked Jarl Greer of Helsingland is called out in the favor that they owe him to force him to pardon his devious crimes. You're no longer be able to take hostile actions against him without looking like a tyrant in the eyes of the realm. Alright. Compensate him for a job well done. So this is actually, I still don't know why I got the tyranny penalty. I'm actually gonna have to, Jesus Christ, that's gonna be up for like 30 years. Yeah, this is just going to make my life really difficult. This is the best I can say. But I'm pretty sure we'll get through it. It's just going to... the thing that's going to make it really hard is... the thing that's going to be really difficult to do is achieve any of these... sort of these law changes. Yeah, so like the only person I'm too worried about right now is my Chancellor, who, for one reason or another, didn't like some move that I did. Oh my god, I've got so many guys. One of the reasons I got my the other levies in was mostly to mostly just kind of make sure that I had something of a force ready to go if it came to a sort of a nastier conflict. But it looks like my allies are actually already on top of this, so what we'll do is we'll go from the sea and we'll actually take on some of their capitals. I live my life as other men do, navigating its rocks and obstacles, doing my best to achieve success in my endeavors. Still, everything we do takes place in the light of Odin, and we must take care lest the influence of hell come into our lives. And say, indeed it is so. I should ponder this more deeply, or these religious ponderings give me a headache. So in this case, I'm going to ponder it more deeply, which will give me enough to found Scandinavia. And it's not the smartest thing in the world to do a straight coastal raid, but these guys only have 255 troops, so we'll clobber them. And we've just given birth to Boltfer, which will potentially separate the kingdom. So what I want to do here is found Scandinavia as quickly as I can in order to ensure that there is one major title holder and the rest sort of gets distributed sort of how... I mean, Gavelkind is going to force me to distribute some things. I'll maybe talk about that next stream. Yug, Adina has finished her education in the ways of intrigue. It turned out less well than expected. Well, not my problem. But basically, by creating the Empire, even though I'm going to have to... Oh, Queen Mother's dead. Not so good. Alright, not a lot of very well-equipped spy masters. So let's rank this by who likes me the most. I'm actually willing to do this for the next little while. I don't like the fact that I have spy masters who aren't particularly good at their jobs. But it's slightly better than having like really well-equipped enemies. So nobody wants to kill me yet. And I definitely want to get rid of this guy, so we will assign... the Spy Master. But yeah, so basically having sort of a super title, the title of Emperor, even though I have to pass on some of these king titles to the family members, assuming they survive, of course, having the title of Emperor is going to allow me to do... Oh, for fuck's sake. So because they decided to go up in rebellion, I'm no longer allowed to press this claim. Again, yet another morning when I wake up feeling as tired as when I went to bed. I should do something about my listless mind. Perhaps I need to spend some time alone, seclude myself in prayer and meditation. Secluded in my cave, I have subsisted on only sacred roots and bitter juices favored by the priests. My thoughts are clear. It is by will alone that I set my mind in motion. An additional 100 piety. Okay. I think I'm going to assign a designated regent. This guy really likes me, so we'll go with that. So now I need to decide... Can't declare war. Yeah. Let's drop these guys. I don't even think it makes sense to declare war. Yeah, I gotta wait for this thing to finish. I think the risk of my character dying for some stupid reason outweighs any other concerns, so it's gonna cost me quite a bit, 423 gold and 400 piety, but behold, Scandinavia. Emperor Ulfir of Scandinavia has created the title the Empire of Scandinavia. So I can make a bunch of titles, which I will eventually, but what I want to worry about right now are my, a little bit more about sort of some of my, I guess the way certain things are allocated in the realm. I want to worry about how titles get distributed. I want to worry about sort of regaining my power. I actually get an option. Hello! Yes. Please enact this. Do not lie to me like you did last time. Oh yes, and I need to appoint an advisor. Okay, so apparently everybody hates me. But he hates me the least. I wonder if I can just buy him. 15? Sure. So let's see how the votes go. I have a new heir. If my character dies, I will now play as Jarl Refil of Vestergautland, the guy I'm trying to kill, I think. Yeah, he definitely has to go. After being skillfully treated by the court physician Toast of Finland, my sister Ragnfeld is feeling much better. Perhaps he is deserving of some praise. Compensate him for a job well done. Also, I've got a sister that's unmarried, so let's send her off. I could send her off to the 75-year-old man because she hates me. But it will lose me reputation, so... Oh, but this'll work. Oh, this is my son. Screw that. Yeah, you know what? You don't get married because you can't get me any fancy titles. So basically what's going to happen when this character dies, assuming I can't sort of restructure the realm, my sons are going to sort of inherit, one of them is going to inherit all the kingdoms and the other one's going to be the emperor. So I got to be a little careful about some of this. So it looks like they're basically kingdoms I'm not too worried about, but it does mean that there's going to be somewhat powerful vassals that emerge as a result of this. So my goal for the next little while, I still want to focus on these theology and learning focuses because it's very good for my piety. But eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh. Again, we imprison bishops because they make for really nice sources of funds. Where is he? Alright, so we've approved absolute tribal organization. What's going to lead from that? Eventually I'm going to go back to being able to revoke titles and grant titles. So I can't change that for another 5 years. But basically this is to bring me back to the state that I was in before. I'm going to nominate my son. Have we converted the Scots yet? Nope. Alright, what are these factions doing? Alright, these factions are reasonably strong. I've got a ton of prestige though, so if it gets dangerous, I'm going to be able to respond to them. So let's wait for this rebellion in Scotland to go by, and then I'm going to claim some territory from them. He's currently fighting a war, so it's got event spawn troops, which should go away, I think, once this war is done. Wow, my wife is pregnant again. If it's another son, this is going to be problematic. Moral authority is back to 45. So I either burn 5 churches or I take a risk and I take one of the sacred sites. Unfortunately, East Francia seems to have done a good job of sort of reasserting its dominance, so I need to be very careful about this because they're getting to a point where even if I amass my allies, they're potentially a serious threat. I could also start hiring a retinue, actually. Let's go for... Well, let's see what my technology looks like. Alright, all pretty even. Let's boost light infantry. I'm not going to spend too much on it, but I'm going to start getting some archers and heavy infantry. Yeah, we'll just hold off on that for now, and we're actually going to set reinforcements at half speed because I still want to get some money. Third son, alright, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Yeah, again, I'm assuming that these Christian rulers are not going to be crazy about the fact I keep imprisoning their bishops, but... I'm going to start releasing some of the prisoners that don't hold titles. They may still potentially be dangerous to me, but they don't immediately have... Like, they don't have an ability to like amass an army or something like that against me, which is good. Next up, we'll sort by opinion. Hey, Jesse Quill. I probably should be going to bed too, but I was really hoping to try and take that territory from the Scots. We made Scandinavia, though. Alright, so in this case, I will... She doesn't really like me. Yeah, you know what? We'll release her because that will improve things for me. This is a Scottish prisoner, so we might actually be able to make some money off of that. And we can appoint a new commander. So, talent pool's kind of thin for this, but I've got a little more cash. I think I will hire another batch just to sort of bolster my my archers here. So we're halfway on my retinue. It's gonna take me a while to build them up. It's actually it's a very expensive thing, but all right. So this guy who originally I gave a bunch of titles to has now... It's probably tribal organization he's gonna try and go for, but we'll see how it goes. The best I can really hope for is just to sit down, make sure I've levied up, and I'll be able to... basically, I'll just fight whatever comes my way. And an achievement worth a good night's sleep. Indeed. I'm not crazy about having to skip another day of work, because I feel perfectly fine now. But this morning I did not feel good at all. Alright, while passing judgment onto criminals from the safety of your throne, a young noble is brought before you. You quickly come to the conclusion that the man is indeed guilty. Condemning him might not be the wisest choice, as he is of noble birth. If you were to pardon the man, he might prove himself useful to you, as he would be in your debt. Nope, being of noble birth means nothing. To the dungeons with him. Alright, so I just lost my steward, who was a particularly friendly force for me. Fortunately... Oh, you know what? I can still appoint him, so good news there. Although I still have a malcontent on the council, which is a problem. I actually have two. So I can replace my marshal at any point. I just have to replace my marshal with a crappy one, so... What about my advisor? He's not good at military stuff either. Oh, and he's the malcontent. It's really tempting to give this guy the heave-ho. Alright, you know what? Let's try and make nice. What were the emotes about, Jess? As you can see, retinues take a while to build up, but this will be particularly helpful for my, I've been at peace too long. My dedication to religious pursuits has been noticed around the realm. Among others, it has quite impressed Hrokir, and you have managed a correspondence on various religious and philosophical matters for some time, and find that you are rapidly becoming good friends. Our common interests bind us together. This is particularly good, as I think he is a member of my council. He isn't. Oh, and I can't make him one. Alright, fair enough. So, I lose two prestige every month for not raiding. So it seems to me it's time to get on the boats and start raiding some Christians. Europe of the Catholic Uprising has declared a Scandinavian Catholic revolt on Emperor Ulfir of Scandinavia. Alright, well, that works too. That will actually also be good for the religious, for the moral authority of the pagan religions, so... I was originally going to just start raiding, but looks like conflict came to me. Hello, Jeff. How you doing? My liege, I wish to intercede on behalf of one of your prisoners, Grundor... No. Absolutely not. Oh god. If I do that, I'm apparently a tyrant, so... No funny business. I have a feeling what's going to happen is this guy's just going to join a whole bunch of factions, but I don't really have any other options. Yeah, this guy just completely... So he joined this faction and put them over the 100-man mark. Ridiculous. Oh well. We've got some Catholics to punch. What's new? Not a whole lot. Definitely, I'm enjoying Crusader Kings save for a couple of quirks that came up on this playthrough, but nothing, nothing too infuriating, I don't think. Alright, so now I'm going to turn these guys into looters. And we're going to make ourselves some money. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to split these raiders up. And looks like it's 800 is the max. Now these guys are kind of doing their own... these guys are currently doing their own thing, so I'm not going to... I'm not going to change the composition of the armies until I know that their strength is down a little bit. But basically what we're going to do here is we're going to just raid the lands until this rebellion is done. Alright, so this is probably going to be the one who I make king. And this is a daughter, so we'll teach her etiquette. Got room for new commanders too, which is nice. And so far as my council is concerned, again, I don't really have a good marshal. The particular concern is the fact that everybody's mad at me. But I don't need to bring my council on side on anything quite yet. I've got 2 more years before I can start altering the power of the council. That's going to be a major point of contention between me and members. Right. This guy has got to die. He is... I mean, he's not the main problem. The main problem is lower tribal organization. But again, seclude myself in prayer and meditation. Another 100 piety. This is actually really good because, well, we might be able to reform the pagan religion. We need to burn 7 churches for it, but this could be good. I'm going to adjust, let's... Actually going to make my Empress the designated regent. That way I keep people who are nasty out of that important job. So I think what we're going to do here is we're actually going to go pretty hard on some of these Christian territories on raiding. It's going to cost me quite a bit of money. Actually, I might need to bring the galleys back just to finance this. Yeah, this is going to be a tough call. I think we'll finish raiding these 2 because I'm not going to be able to afford the rest of it. Yeah, we're making a bunch of money, but we're currently at negatives, and this is going to be really, really costly if I have to go to war. So we'll get these guys on the boats. I'm pleased to hear that after a period of peace and shrewd management, the country of Selsvig is doing very well. People are happy, and the tax collectors are reporting record intakes. Good news for prosperity. All right, I have to at least sack the. My zeal and my religious beliefs have led me to become more respected and have given me more prestige. So I have to at least finish these sieges here. It would be ridiculous for me not to do it, but it is going to cost me quite a bit of money to do so. Oh God. All right, I need to decide. They arrive on the 21st of July. I get out of here on the 22nd of July. So we need to defend ourselves. That was frightening. And obviously here we'll finish the job on the garrison. So we're broke, but we're gonna come back with 206 wealth. So just so long as if I'm negative for too long, I actually start having sort of thieves guilds show up. Dedication to religious pursuits has been noticed. All right, so we're becoming friends with. What I really need to do is start appointing these people to positions on the council. But all right, so fleet bearing some loot has returned from raiding. Emperor Ulfir of Scandinavia gains 206.9 gold and 206.9 prestige. And just in time. For too long, you have restricted our rights. The time has come to decrease the level of tribal organization. You must submit to this demand peacefully or face the consequences. Rest assured that I have the support of others who are equally determined to see things return to the natural order. They claim to have 3,000 men. I have more. I will not be blackmailed. So, what we're going to do is we're going to call in all the allies. Oops, not for the fleets, but... Now, the real challenge is going to come from these areas, but this is also a little bit of a blessing in disguise as well. 2,700 troops, but they're not anywhere that he can currently use them. So what I'm going to be doing here, it looks like... Oh no, that's from his demand. That's really frightening, actually. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be taking as much of an opportunity as I can to gobble up as many of his holdings here, and then we're going to be able to come in and just crush this remaining holdout, so... And the nice news is that I have everything I need to get this underway. So, However, it's not guaranteed that my... so it looks like nobody's actually... Oh no, I've got a couple people coming in on my side, so... Yeah, so this is something I want to be really careful about, but I've got the prestige to be able to kind of bring in my own army if it comes down to it. So I'm starting to think that Pyra, or maybe Syra, might fancy me, make a move. I went to her chamber and gave her a good tumble. It's good to be the Emperor. If you don't take that option, you are not a man. I know because I'm an expert on man things. Alright, so I've got some... Holy crap, that's a lot of guys. So I'm tempted to take them raiding, but I definitely need to deal with... the rebels, so... Alright, so again, this is going to be a potential ruler. I think I'll actually teach him duty or let's give him thrift. Oh my god, is this still a raider? Jesus Christ. Where did we lose? Oh, just up here. So yeah, the AI is not being the most helpful here, but what I'm hoping to do is win enough on the mainland that we don't need to worry about this territory. My next phase is going to be to take this territory, to take this territory, and to basically ignore the 5,000 troops for as long as I can. I believe the onus is on him to actually seal the deal as far as the war is concerned. And I don't think he has enough ships to actually accomplish that. A daughter was born to me and Pyra. It seems my amorous adventures have resulted in a child. She is my spitting image. I can acknowledge her as mine, or I can denounce the child and the mother is humiliated. Yeah, why not acknowledge it as mine? What does my empress think of that? Yeah, I acknowledge the bastard. Alright, so note to self, don't do that next time. Offer to buy a new one. Rejected. He's upset I would suggest such a thing. Yeah. Kids. As he's growing older, I can see that Bag, who is a lunatic and a bastard, he must learn on his own. Pompaneko, how are you doing? We had Elkanu here not too long ago. I'll just warn you, I'm not going to be streaming for too much longer because I'm actually already an hour over when I plan to finish. But we wanted to make Scandinavia, so how have you been doing? I've noticed you've been playing a lot of Conan Exiles, which I got a key for, and I'll be doing online before too long. Get him to learn Temperance. I don't want a particularly strong intrigue for a bastard. Okay, looks like we've got a lot of prisoners coming out of this. I do need to deal with this big stack in the north. I think that's actually going to be causing me some problems fairly soon. Yeah, I've been avoiding it, not so much because of the bugs, but I thought it would be a nice way to kind of get over some of the bugs would be to play with other people. I've been having a little difficulty getting that organized. I know one streamer who's definitely interested in doing it. I think I should probably do bonus legalism. What will that give me? Religious control mandate. You know what? I gotta do Majesty. I think improved keeps is the better call here. Again, a lot of these focuses are about like my individual enrichment. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I tried a little bit of single player. Like I didn't dislike it. But there's definitely something to be said for all right. So I want good goatees, but I also want ones that like me, so. You know what? I think I can work with this, so. And while I'm at it, let's get a well-equipped Chancellor. Oh, wow. That didn't win over people the way I thought it would. But yeah, so I don't know. I've been making an effort to get a little bit better at it. Oh, for God's sake! I don't know why it didn't say this guy wasn't a powerful vassal. I don't really want him on my council though. I guess I don't really have an option. Okay, well at least he's not a malcontent. I mean, he's pretty strong too, so. Okay, so. This guy's still gonna be mad at me, so let's... Why can't I fire him? I don't get to appoint him to anything. Alright, well, I'll just live with this, so. Yeah, so basically the plot was to just try and take a quick look, see what it was like, and see if I could do anything with it. I definitely have a couple of ideas, but like I said, we'll see what happens with getting a group together. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to wait for a big fight in the middle. And hopefully we can steamroll over. Alright, so what's going on with this guy? Still says he's got 5,000 troops. Looks like the majority of those are from an event spawn. I just don't know where he's gotten the boats for them yet. Oh, are you talking about Dead by Daylight? I'm not quite ready to do that on stream just because I noticed that when Jess played it there was a bit of backseating. And I think you know that I don't react very well to that. I'm also quite bad at it. But hopefully I'll get better. Alright, so for those of you who are asking about the combat, this is what it looks like. I have it on fast mode because I really want to wrap things up. It was alright. I had a dim view of it originally because when I played it with Jess, there was a guy who decided, like, with 2 brand new players, to basically go in and just put maximum levels into all of his perks. It was it was just very frustrating to deal with. So that definitely kind of colored my view of the game. Alright, let's see if we can marry the lunatic off to somebody. Easy answer, no. Well, that'll work. The other thing I wasn't clear about was, so the character that I picked, whether or not they, like the individual characters have any special abilities. A destitute noble from a former enemy court asks for permanent hospitality. A soldier named Tok appears in the... tell him he can only stay the night. I get piety for it, so I'm actually going to do that. Alright. Again, here I'm just sort of wrapping up the sieges. It may turn out that I have to take over some of these islands, but we're doing pretty well with our sieges at the moment. Oop, looks like one of these guys is gonna have to... Most killers play like this? Alright, yeah, so they surrender. Good news for me. And I think this is my retinue, so... So he's a traitor. They won't object to the revocation of the title, but I don't have a place to put it, so... I'm still gonna say let him rot. Choice of survivor will matter because you'll be able to use one teachable perk from another one. Devs wanted survivors to be more unique. Okay, that's interesting. I need to decide what I'm going to do with my money. I think I should probably... I will accept because I don't like that character. Yeah, so I think what I might need to do is... I might need to reconsider my choice of survivor. But, I don't know, other than that, it definitely seems like an interesting game. Good God. So I've got, apparently, 3 legitimate heirs. I think what'll probably wind up happening is I'm gonna wind up assassinating my brothers to inherit these titles again, but... I think I can decide on that a little bit later. How many times can I tell you yes? Oh, excellent. Alright, so this guy's also out in the cold. Alright, so for whatever reason, I don't seem to be able to appoint the powerful vassal into one of those roles. My steward likes me, my spy master is a zealot. happens if I were to declare war? They would all accept. I don't. Yeah. So one of the things that can happen here, Pump and Echo. So when this character dies under what's known as Gavelkind succession, this character is going to have to sort of distribute the titles amongst. It's going to distribute the titles amongst the various. Amongst my children, and so because all the titles are sort of transmitted by blood, I'm going to be able to sort of say, all right, I want this person to get, you know, this title or what have you. So in the end, one weird factor is even though technically you should have close family ties, you might actually wind up sort of dealing with a kind of a how do I say it? You wind up dealing with a you know, murdering a relative just because it makes it a little bit easier for you to inherit particular titles. So what I think I'm going to do here to wrap up tonight, this will gain me at least one moral authority through the conquest, but I'm going to take this last bit of territory in the name of the Germanic religion, so I got to be careful about this. We're going to do conquest of Insi Orc. So it looks like there are 3 allies that will be called in. This petty kingdom has 2,000 troops. Ah, this is going to be a real fight. They got 600 troops. All right, so I still have enough, but just barely. And I gotta be really quick in terms of how I get this done. Don't you go to prison? You're the king! You decide who goes to prison. Alright, let's declare war. I could make it a de jure claim, but what I'm gonna do here... So notice the difference between the de jure claim is I turn the owner into a vassal, whereas here I seize it for myself, and the Germanic religion gains 1 moral authority for 20 years. And then, obviously, whatever conquests I engage in. Actually, before I do that, let's see what I can change the laws to. Melee Mage, thank you very much for that, host. Alright, so they don't like the idea of revoking or granting titles. So I need to bribe 3 people to bring this on. So I can get 1, 2... Oh, interesting. So he will say no because of base reluctance. So I'll find the oldest... Glory Hounds are always a bit of a conundrum. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I could hear someone sneaking around inside and believed it to be a burglar. When I went downstairs, I discovered Boltfor opening one of my letters. I'll teach him to be less nosy, and I gained the trait cruel. But after talking to Boltfor, he seems to understand the concept of privacy better. A step in the right direction. Alright, so I just got 3 support in the council. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and get the ability to revoke titles from people. And they automatically approve it basically because I achieved a majority through that. Now unfortunately, those favors are not going to last for my ability to grant titles, which is going to be a little tricky for me, but I'll live with it. And what we'll do now is we'll move on and declare war for NC Orc, and the one that will grant me the moral authority. So again, I need to move really quickly on this one, and I'm actually going to call in allies in order to achieve this. And we'll also bring our boats up. So again, it's pretty important to me that I be able to get this this fleet in place quickly. Otherwise, they're going to be able to get their allies together and I'm in trouble. Although they are still fighting a rebellion, I believe, so... Yes, so she's going to be a little occupied with some other troubles. But then I'm also going to have trouble with factions. So, speaking of which, let's see if we can... Well, I guess we're still trying to kill this guy. I mean, for God's sake, he's in... Well, okay, so if he's in prison, he's not going to be a problem with more factions. Why in God's name? Oh, because I decreased council power. Let's break up that faction. Budgetmeister Morris, thank you very much for that host. Am I playing against the computer? Yes. Generally playing against other players, it's a little tricky to accomplish just because I like to pause a lot and explain what I'm doing. And what this sometimes means... Oh, this is good. They're actually really split up. So I think I'm going to jump off my boat at Kate so I can move up on my war goal, and then we'll sweep down into these areas. As long as we can fragment their armies, it's basically a done deal for us. And then one of the things that can happen in the game if you have too many players or the internet connections aren't so good, potentially they can... there can be like a break in the sync, and so you have to sort of restart the game. It becomes a little complicated, so... Although this would be a really fun game to play a multiplayer. Oh, I know that feeling, Harry and Team Vigil. Alright, I've said I'm going to bed a couple of times now, but I think we'll wrap up this war. Hopefully we will... Oh, this is good. Okay, I'm actually going to hold off. I'm going to let my allies kind of take the brunt of that. So the nice thing here, looks like I inherited some titles. Inheriting those titles isn't necessarily the best news for me, but what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to continue to siege this area. The hope is that they're actually going to take some time to get together. That's going to allow me to lay siege to this, and then sort of double back and clobber them once I get my morale up. Now this is a... Kaylee Cakes, thank you very much for that host. I didn't think you were... Alright, this is actually a little concerning to me now, because they're more or less fully staffed. No, you know what? I'm going to be disciplined. I'm going to let them waste their troops chasing these guys around, and then I'm just going to lay siege to each individual territory over time. It's going very well. I'm streaming a lot later than I was planning just because the game threw me for a couple of curveballs. This might actually wind up backfiring against me, but we'll see how things go. It looks like we've got a few people laying siege to various holdings where they probably shouldn't be. Alright, this is great actually. They're gonna bring some guys over the water to attack me, so I have the better defense. But guys, for those of you who don't know Kaylee Cakes, and I think the majority of people here are actually probably from her cast or are otherwise familiar with her. She's a wonderful streamer, an absolute sweetheart, been playing a lot more golf with friends lately, which is always a lot of fun to watch. She is somebody who is very well, I think very well connected in terms of being able to get some branding together for her stream and sort of some relationships that, you know, sort of allowed her to grow the stream, to make things, how do I put it? I don't know, like, be able to sort of sustain her product. Like, she's been able to get partnerships with, I'm sorry, it was Geek Fuel, I believe is the one that you have. It is really fun to watch. I mean, again, it's interesting to see a stream which I remember was kind of in a small growth phase, and to then sort of see her turn around and become so, you know, so established and so good at her, oh, actually, sorry, I should also do the proper shoutout command. Just to see her, you know, grow so much as a streamer in such a short period of time, it's really rewarding. So I hope you guys, I don't know, take a chance, check out her stuff, see if it's for you. I definitely have a lot of fun every time I'm there. All right, we'll be able to catch these guys and outnumber them. Oop, they're bringing reinforcements, but I think we can still take this. Yeah, they've got a terrain bonus, but we were able to cut them down, so... Oh crap, we just lost. Oh, that's gonna hurt a lot. I actually think I need to get my boats together and to recover from this. That's a devastating hit. I don't understand why those 600 guys were actually enough. That's really bad. Okay, I don't like doing this, but I think for safety, I'm going to bring my fleets back. And I am going to raise a tribal army. Not my favorite use of 500 prestige, but I think it's the smartest use of 500 prestige. Yeah, I got really greedy in that. I think I should have just sieged individual territories. Fortunately, I think we can hold the line, because these guys are pretty devastated in their morale as well. I'm actually almost tempted to take these guys off the island, but... Secluded in my cave, I've subsisted on only sacred roots and bitter juices favored by the priests. My thoughts are clear. It is by will alone that I set my mind in motion. Alright, so they cut up the army, which is good. Yes, so we founded Scandinavia tonight. So that's the Empire level of the game. And basically what we did there was, because I have multiple sons and I need to divide my realm amongst my vassal, or amongst my sons when I die, I wanted to have one big title that would allow me to say that, you know, this is the primary title of the realm. Alright, this is a bit of a risky hit because we're going directly off the boat, but we should be able to clobber these guys. Basically what's going to happen in the game here, Kaylee Cake, so this is what Scandinavia actually looks like. This territory here I still don't have under my rule, and we're actually currently fighting for this one. But basically what's going to happen inside the game, my intention right now, I'm still a pagan religion. What my intention is to get the moral authority up to 50%, and this'll make me such a fan. I accomplished that by burning churches, just like, you know, good Vikings would. So once I finish this conquest, I'm going to turn back to raiders, and I'm going to burn down at least 7 churches to get my my moral authority up. And basically what happens is, rather than historically what happened, which is to have Charlemagne come up and reform the pagans, I'm going to reform the pagan religion to basically get to a point where it's sort of this fixed, organized religion on its own, and basically sort of survives Christianization, and instead sort of makes has its own religious head and such. You're 50% Swedish. Excellent. So we're actually playing as Denmark in this playthrough, but I am technically the King of Sweden in this as well. So we started out as this little county here, and then we just kept expanding. So the real irony here is that for whatever reason, where they went from having 1,000 troops, they're now down to 600, and it looks like the Welsh still have 1,000 troops, but my freak out was unjustified, and I in fact could have gotten away with just retreating. I didn't know that at the time though, so it was a little bit of a waste of the prestige, but I still think that was the right call given the upset that I experienced. Again, not leaving anything to chance, we're going to use the full force to take these guys on, and then we'll divide them up to sort of take over the remaining areas. Holmfrid, my co-conspirator, tells me that a man is now on the inside of the prison where Jarl Refil sits. He will arrange an escape attempt in which one of the prisoners will sadly suffer a tragic and very fatal accident. No one will expect foul play on our part. Alright, so I've got a haughty, affectionate, indolent child. Diplomatic seems good for her. And I believe this was rowdy, conscientious, and curious. I'll make him a steward. Mr. Franz, thank you for that auto-host. My marshal has come to me with a suggestion. My lord, it is the opinion of Godi Bjorkford of Alphys would make an excellent military commander. Interesting. So my marshal doesn't like me. Probably should have filled these roles. I mean, he's not an ideal commander by any stretch of the imagination, but I gotta fill out these roles. Okay, so again, I'm gonna split up this army. I'm gonna get one group kind of going on the islands, if I can. Alright, looks like the attempt to assassinate him was revealed. I'm actually tempted, so there could only be 600 guys in this force, so I'm actually going to head up and stomp them just to keep them from getting the war goal. This should annihilate this force, by the way. Oh, nope, they still do Shattered Retreat. Which means my bedtime gets extended even more. This 15 ship is a little bit of a concern. Oh, actually, looks like they're getting back together in force. Fortunately, it's only 4. Okay, so what I can do here is I can just sort of... I can ferry myself between these two areas and cause them a little bit of pain. As long as it's not like a 1,000-man force, I don't mind going over the body of water. The mere sight of Ganfell fills you with contempt. Challenge the Kerr to Holmang, single combat duel to finally settle your differences once and for all. Holy crap. So he's got a marshal of 3, I've got a marshal of 12, and I'm cruel. Let's do it. I will issue the challenge. The coward Ganflar has decided to refuse your challenge and will not face you in the Holmgang. At least now the spineless fool's utter lack of honor has been exposed for all to see. He loses 100 prestige, and I gain 100. Do you have to be the bad guy to win the game, killing brothers, burning churches, or can you win in a more peaceful way? You can definitely win in a more peaceful way. It's more so, in this case, I'm sort of using the game's, mechanics sort of to my advantage. One of the important things too is that there are 2 traits for your character. So one is prestige, which is sort of your renown, your ability to sort of command the respect of people. And then the other one is your piety, which is your religion. So in this case, my character is actually theology. By the perspective of the Norse, he is actually a very pious man. But of course, from the perspective of Christians, you know, burning down churches is not exactly the done thing. So it's something of a matter of perspective. You can definitely peacefully inherit titles as well, although it's not always faster. So of course, the game gives you incentives. Sometimes you can do very terrible things in order to gain titles. And in other times you can do very good things, and you'll gain score that way. I mean, it does raise an interesting implication that obviously, you know, especially, you know, as you're from Europe, you know, it does raise the interesting question, you know, for all of these people who are nobility, who have a sort of a special title, it does raise the interesting question of what did they do to, or historically, what did they do to get that position or to get that power or that title. But I will say, and generally, these are, I mean, these are grand strategy games. They're games that are a little combat focused. So it's, I think normally what you're going to see is a combat focus and a way to. Basically, you'll achieve your goals primarily through conquest, and so as a result, it's usually safe to say that in the grand scheme of things, you're usually going to win by being a bad guy more often than you know, by being nice. And very true, Melee Mage. History is written by the winners, is the quote, I think. Oh my god. Where the hell did those guys come from? Alright. So we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. The war might still go our way, but I absolutely do not want to risk it. So I'm going to send my main force in to deal with these guys. I think the weight of my forces should be enough, but if we can bring in the reinforcements to just clobber these guys, this will actually make my... Alright, my marshal has been using soldiers to extort money. I can lose 50 prestige and make him forfeit the office. Or I can say I'll do this later. Do I have another marshal? I've got one guy who hates me. It might not hurt to bring him back into the fold. But he'll still dislike me by -50. I'll deal with this later. I hate doing that, but... Okay, so looks like we're pulling through, but again, I really don't like the idea of losing too many troops to this, so we'll reinforce our sides. My careful maneuvers in this battle have shown our patient nature to everyone. Patient gives me bonus to intrigue, diplomacy, stewardship, learning, and defense. And I think if we win this fight, this will win the war for us. Alright, excellent. So we can offer peace, enforce demands. And now there is the possibility that we will have a rebellion. Alright. Bishop Ardell, a preacher in the service of Queen Christian of Pictland, has arrived in Svelsig to spread the gospel of their foreign religion. He has little regard for our faith, declaring it as sinful, and he has explained in detail the horrors we shall suffer in the afterlife unless we mend our ways. There are horrors to suffer in this life as well, friend. So we just threw him in the prison. However, we usually do this just so we can get some gold out of the Scots. All right. So looks like I've got a temple. In this case, I'll make a new vassal for that. Does this guy have any sons? He does not. So what I will do is I'm going to give Hakon this title of what do we call this? Orkno. Looks like the council approves. Actually, in that case, I can also probably revoke. Yep. Now is actually a really good time for me to start redistributing some of these titles. So, looks like increased power, council power is gaining some strength. That's probably because of those guys that I just assigned. Okay, so council approves of it, but that would also be viewed as tyrannical. So I basically need to burn 6 churches to... I mean, I could do it. These guys actually have some fairly strong troops. You know, I really think the better call right now is for me to bring my troops home. I gotta wait until this rebellion's dealt with before I start messing around with with raids, which is a shame because that's actually a really good way to get some money. It's extremely I mean, I'm pretty much at the point where I can reform the pagan religion, save that I need to get the moral authority up. Why hesitate? I burn churches every morning for breakfast. The big worry that I have is this faction which claims to have 4,500 men compared to my 2,700. And if I don't have my troops at home... Oh, there we go! I will not be blackmailed. Oh my god, I didn't even know that this was up. Alright, now this is a problem. I'm going to drop these guys. I'm going to send these ships home. I'm going to raise my army levies where I can. I am going to call in my allies. And I think we're going to leave this for tomorrow. Let's just see who answers the call. So we're going to slow this down. So again, the claim is that they've got 4,000 troops. And I'm going to find a family member to dump this onto. Oh, actually, I know who I'm going to give this to. My youngest. Alright, cool. I'll probably wind up having to reorganize some of this a little bit later. But it's 2:30 in the morning, which I wasn't intending to do at all. So again, I really want to see what the deal is with this guy. I mean, again, he's claimed to have a lot more than what he's currently showing. I'm assuming that's because he's still amassing his forces. But again, if we can use sort of the element of surprise and lay siege to some of his territories, we'll be in really good shape. That'll also set me up well for my granting titles, which will be available in 2 years. Alright, these are what I was looking for. Okay, so he's got 400 guys, 400 guys, 2K, that's the one I'm worried about, 600 guys, 650, okay. So the best thing that can happen for me is if I can get my guys together really quickly, and then just crash into his forces before they get together. It's hopeful, but not impossible. So an ideal strategy, for instance, would be once I get a sufficient stack to actually move up to upland. Problem is the 680 is actually a big important part of my force, so we'll see whether or not they can pull it off. Fleet bearing some loot has returned from raiding. I gained 39 gold, 39 prestige. Very nice. Wasn't actually expecting that, but... I'm going to put them on the boat and get them back to my territory. See, this is where it gets a little dicey if I move to the north. Because I've got 900 troops, but what they have when the time comes is another question. One of the best places I can get would actually be right here in Upland, just because it forces them to cross some bodies of water to get to me. And actually those numbers aren't that impressive at all, so let's make this my main force. And we'll try and end this rebellion before it gets too scary. The good news is also all of this is on the mainland, so I don't need to worry so much about any sort of unexpected troops kind of coming out of nowhere. Ah, there's the stack I was worried about. So once they unite, this is actually going to become a bit of a problem for me. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to employ a slightly different strategy. We're going to head over to their allies, and we're going to cut off those reinforcements. And if we ever get too scared, I can always fall back and raise a tribal army, but again, that costs me quite a bit of prestige, so I would prefer to avoid that if I can. But it is an option that I keep for myself. And I also get 300 troops for free. Hey, Spectro. Another thing we could try actually is, now that we have sort of a full force together, we can actually just try and take this this stack on our own. But it would be better if we can actually defend against them. The numbers that we have against them are not, like, they're not obscene advantages, so if I can get some territory bonuses for myself, that would be best. And I do think I probably am gonna, I'm probably gonna have to leave this war for another night, because I don't think it's gonna be resolved anytime quickly. How you doing, Spectro? It's very good to see you. Now see, this is kind of tempting, because it actually looks like we got 1,000 over them, so what would be the river crossings? So in theory, if I were to take them on, I would want to cross between... So Heidmark, Heisingland... So I'd probably want to go from Herdjal down. Or... It doesn't make sense to go from there, because I'd have to cross through 2 enemy areas. Alright, well, I'll deal with these troops anyway. This'll fragment their forces. It'll unfortunately reduce my troop count as well a little bit, but... if I can pick on these little groups, they'll give me some early wins. And then we'll be able to turn around and bully some of their other units. The only thing is that, again, 800 unit bonus or not even... Not a problem at all, Spectro. It's great to see you, even for a couple minutes. Like I said, I'm streaming them a lot later than I intended to, but... Au revoir. Yeah, you know what? I think once I get this stack back, I don't think we're going to have a better opportunity other than me raising a tribal army to take on this big stack. If we successfully beat it, then we're in great shape, and if we don't, then we're in a lot more trouble than I thought. Ah, see, they're already blobbing up. Where are they heading? Okay, well this I'm actually completely fine with because it means that they don't get the bonus. My wife just asked me if I'm having an affair. Her stony expression does not reveal whether she knows or is only guessing. Confess and ask forgiveness. Why not? My sister has asked me to consider her for a position as steward on the council. Well, you're sure she'd be up to the task. It's an unconventional choice, if a not outright scandalous one. God, I don't think I can afford the lower opinion resulting from this. Yeah, I mean, she's good, but not good enough to... Alright, can I get to these guys in time? January 3rd versus December... Damn it, we're gonna be too late. You know what? I'm not going to lose my head. I'm actually going to... I'm going to take all of their precious territory. So I can make him diplomatic, or I can make him militaristic. Let's go for military. So these guys will probably arrive a little too late. This is my eldest. So I'm going to make him ambitious. And we've got some reinforcements, which is great news for me because I definitely need a I need an edge on this 3100 stack. My wife is pregnant again. If it's another boy, that's really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. What I'm going to do here, while he starts sort of running around... Ah, damn it! It's a 700 stack, so I'm going to be outnumbered again. So, 25... For a long time now, you've not felt the presence of Odin in your thoughts. You are starting to question whether the gods exist at all, or if they are just tales that people make up to explain the world. It must be so Tyr is dead, or these blasphemous feelings will soon pass. I've lost the joy of life, and I've gained the depressed trait. Not a good trait to have in the middle of a war. My bastard also wants education. We'll teach her etiquette. Okay, I really want to take some territory, but where are they heading? I don't think this ends well for me. Ooh, I got lucky there. All right. So, District Land... Again, I want to try and catch them in a disadvantageous position so far as... this is a good example. I want to catch them in a spot where they're not... where they're not going to get a major terrain bonus. I just imprisoned a bishop, but I don't remember where he was. Alright. Gonna start ransoming some prisoners that don't have titles. Okay, I think this will be a good spot to do our fight. Alright, so I've gained cowardly from that, unfortunately. Looks like we just barely won that. Okay, got another daughter. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna chase these guys down because I want to... After a couple of days of just spending some time doing things that I love, hunting, reading, and visiting friends, life does not seem as gray as it did before. So again, I screwed it up. Let's ransom him. Surely there's a way to find... Ah, here we go. Alright, now the real dilemma here is that I don't think I can afford to cross the territory to go after them. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to siege down this, this holding. Again, if I siege down their holdings, then that's fine for me. Like, I'm not too worried about them being able to take over more territory than I can. The one thing I am worried about is them rebuilding their army, though, so... Alright, so looks like my son has... My son has come of age. Unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of support. So what I think I'm going to do, especially because I've already got the piety, I'm actually going to switch my focus to a business focus so that I can get some money to sort of build up the infrastructure of my realm. And what I'm going to do in the meantime is just siege down some of these holdings, because this will improve my... here we go. Alright. So again, this guy's ambitious. It's very likely that he's going to try and kill me at some point to inherit the throne. I also suspect we're not going to get... Yeah. Not a lot of desirable spouses out of this, so this is probably our best call. Alright, so these guys are coming back to create a little bit of trouble. I'm just gonna finish sieging down their territories, and then we're gonna run straight after them. Even though we'll be crossing a river, I'm okay with that because we outnumber them by quite a bit. I also got to be really careful about that 1,000 that just showed up. Ah, god damn it. I hate when they give me the slip like this. Alright, this should finish up. So basically what I'm going to be doing right now is just cleaning up a few of these pockets of enemies. Apparently I can't control this anymore though, which is a bit of a dilemma because I would prefer to move them elsewhere. Yeah, I can't move my guys anymore. So what I'm going to do is save and quit really quickly. I'll see if I can finish off this war because, I mean, one thing that annoys me is it's allowed them to rebuild, and it's that was definitely not how it was supposed to. That was not supposed to be how it ended, but I think I have enough strength that I'm going to be able to pull it off. If nothing else, what I might do is just lower the, or like disband the army and then rebuild it. But okay, good. I can move these guys. Yeah, they've got reinforcements. This is going to be a bit of a... I think this is going to be a bit of a beast. There we go. Alright. So again, we're going to siege down this territory. Recently I've noticed the pitiful state of my daughter, Gaila. I've just been informed that the cause of her aches and fatigue is a case of the flu. I also didn't realize that she was old enough to marry, so... Can she marry anybody important? All right. And the war is done. So I can pick a new ambition. I think building a war chest is the right call, so I would need 1,000 for that. My retinue is actually quite strong now, so let's see. I don't think it would hurt to have a little cavalry. It's expensive, but I think now is a good time for it. And that is it. So when I rebuild my holy crap, what happened to our faith? Some of our temples got looted. I see. So either I burn 10 churches or I take Zealand. So they've got a strength of 3,000. I have a strength of 3.9, but I suspect their alliances will be what decides that. So if I conquest Zealand, East Anglia comes in. East Anglia has 1,000 troops to help out. So I think probably the right call here is just going to be to start sort of terrorizing basically start terrorizing England. Eventually we'll also be able to start doing some conquests on these areas, but I've noticed whenever I try to go to war with them, there's always a big fight that comes up. So, alright, this guy is pretty ungrateful. I remember giving him a bunch of... Could you just not be a member of a faction? Oh yes, I also need to assign new roles. Okay. Okay, so what can my marshal do? Nothing but be marshal, alright? So make him my advisor. He will become my chancellor. This guy who doesn't like me will become my marshal. And my Godi will become my spy master. Alright. Train troops. You keep proselytizing in Scotland. I think we need to get rid of some factions. This guy can't be hard to eliminate from a faction. And diplomat. Oh, I didn't know I had a court physician position available. Okay. I want to make my son my designated regent if I can. I don't think it will let me... Oh, yep, there he is. Some commander openings. I just kind of assign those based on whoever has the maximum marshal. Hello, distinguished gentlemen. We're actually wrapping up. This guy's actually really good at different things. And he really likes me, so let's make him the new marshal, I think. Oh, no, not the new marshal, but we'll make him the new chancellor. Alright, I think we've got it now. Who do I want to like me is the real question. Who is important and I need to like me? Always good to see you here, distinguished gentlemen. I hope life has been treating you well. I will try and be a little bit better at being consistent in terms of when I stream. Tonight was a bit weird because I didn't think I was going to stream and then I got caught up in a lot of events. Okay, let's maybe change this by rank. So all the high-ranking ones are usually in prison, not surprising there. Okay, we're actually in a fairly good spot for my realm. Let's focus on this Jarl. And I'm feeling pretty good about the rest of this stuff. So, what are we going to do? So obviously we founded Scandinavia. What is eventually going to be happening, I need to figure out how this distribution's working with my sons. One of my highest priorities right now is to achieve the reformation of the Germanic faith. Now, unfortunately, it seems like we've lost some of our moral authority. One of the fastest ways that I could do that would be to actually take Zealand, which is the home of a particular temple. Now, the drawback here is that if I do that war, I face 3,300 troops off the bat, and then, although they don't have as much money to prosecute that war, so I'll have to take on a force of 3,300, which is reasonably close to mine, and then on top of that, they have an ally. That ally is East Anglia. East Anglia has 1,500 troops. So another way that you can raise your moral authority is basically by looting temples. And so I think one of the things that I'll just do is I'll get like a raiding band up in the north here, and we're just going to sort of move throughout each territory. We'll get a lot of money doing this, but also basically if I burn 10 temples, I get I get what I want, basically. So that's the plan. We'll see whether or not we can actually pull it off. I've got a couple of factions that worry me, but I think... I don't know, I'm cautiously optimistic in my ability to... I'm cautiously optimistic in my ability to pull this off. One other thing that we'll be doing in the future, I don't think I have the wherewithal to do. Oh, I do. So granting titles, I've got 3 in favor, 3 opposed. So let's quickly adjust that. Where does the opposition come from? Ragnar, Ulfing, Stigring, and Sevian. So he's 38, 39, 73. Okay, I think this is the guy who I want to get council support. Ah, he doesn't want to do it. All right. Borgvard. Already on side. Sevian. I don't think he will like this because he's pragmatic. Yeah. So, let's see if I can request support. Yes. All right. So I now have enough to... I should have enough to bring this on side. Yeah. All right, so this is going to... Again, the council's going to be a little angry about this because I reduced their power. But what's going to happen now? The key to the rest of this plan now is that I need to reform the pagan religion. Holy crap! So we're really bleeding moral authority. Yeah, I think probably what's going to happen is once... Oh, and my factions are done. This is a great start for next week, actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a raiding party together. Looks like the factions have more or less dissipated, finally. And actually, it looks like it's just this guy who I'm working on diplomatically. So what's going to be happening over the next couple of turns? I'm going to go in, I'm going to try and raise as much moral authority as I can. I'm just going to do that through raiding all over England, right? A lot of these places are too weak to be able to take me on, so I'm just going to go in and I'm going to burn down as many churches and loot them. It's going to be fantastic for my wealth. And then on top of that, it's going to increase the moral authority of the Germanic faith. What I need is at least 50% moral authority and 750 piety. Now from that, what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to institute the Germanic faith as sort of an established religion, and will be able to adopt feudalism with that, which means that I'm going to be able to do things like primogeniture, which will allow me to sort of hand off all of the titles to one to my firstborn. And so as a result, we're going to, basically what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to finally not have these informal power structures where potentially I wind up losing things for having too many sons, but rather what happens is I'm able to sort of assign titles the way I want them to be done. So we don't have too many obstacles of achieving that. I'm still not 100% clear on what's driving this moral authority, because it's clearly been going down by quite a bit lately. But so long as I don't have any internal strife inside my realm, I'm going to be able to sort of dedicate my forces to sort of doing these raids on somewhat weak neighbors. And I definitely want to focus on ones of entirely different religious types. So again, that's going to mean a lot of the Catholic, and I mean potentially also some of the Islamic areas, but I think it's a little less likely that I'm going to be able to achieve that. Also, I have no idea. It's because the Muslims have been invading East Francia. That's actually also good news for me, because it looks like if the Umayyads are that strong, and oh boy they are, it means that East Francia has actually got their... looks like they have their hands tied, which means that we're going to be able to do things like claim some of our temples back. As far as temples, another way that I could achieve this reformation would be to get Paderborn, which is right here, and also to get Zealand. Now, I think the drawback here is with Francia. Looks like Aquitaine inherits it. So basically it looks like the Holy Roman Empire is going to just start blobbing again. So what I need to do is just focus on getting my own strength up, rather than hoping that the Franks fragment again. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. So probably what I will do is one, reform the religion. I'll do that by sort of focusing on England. I think next I will consolidate power by taking the remaining borders of Scandinavia. And then finally, I think what would be interesting is actually to set my sights on England, which is a little bit fragmented right now. We can add this to my territories, and then we'll maybe see where there are some opportunities. If maybe I can, one really interesting approach would be to maybe start carving out some corners of the Umayyad Empire here, take a little bit for myself, and, that way I'm not necessarily frustrating Francia directly, but I am sort of starting to get some territory on the European continent. Alternatively, of course, I could go into, Russia and some of the Baltic states and things like this. But anyways, I have been casting for 5 hours, which is longer than what I normally am. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, so I think it is time to, quick save the game. And what we're actually going to do, because we had a big bonus in terms of our prestige and piety and things like that, I'm actually going to do resign. I'll just hit save again to make sure that it's actually doing the trick. And we'll see where we are score-wise. So 15,207. With a score of 1507, you beat House Welf, a dynasty very much down on its luck in 1066. By 1100, that had all changed. Control of two of the most powerful duchies in Germany and soon substantial lands in Italy made them the second most powerful family in Germany after the Hohenstaufen. One member of the Welf family would even gain the title of emperor, but the struggles would also weaken the family and much of the lands would be lost. The family would consolidate its holdings in northern Germany as Dukes of Brunswick and remain a player in imperial politics. So in terms of the scores, I'm between here, and the top is the House Capet, followed by von Habsburg. So, interesting stuff. I think this was a pretty successful playthrough tonight. We achieved goal number 1 of founding our empire, and just in time because we've definitely got some sons that are going to be causing some problems for us. And then we're going to move on to... I think we're going to move on to reforming the religion and ensuring the survival of paganism for hundreds of years. And looks like we're accomplishing all of that in under 100 years. So, Emperor Ulfr of Scandinavia is so far the greatest of his line. Anyways, guys, that is it for me. Let's find somebody to host tonight. You've all been wonderful. I know at this hour it's very hard to find somebody to host. You know what? I don't get a chance to host Kitch live that much, so let's host him tonight. He is playing Naruto, it looks like. So, as always... Kitch22. Feel free to drop the message inside there. We're tired of System Talk, heard this place was better. Kitch is a really entertaining streamer from Japan, so he should hopefully be online a little bit longer. If you guys are looking for some other entertainment, if Kitch isn't quite your thing, Kilgore Trout is playing Morrowind on GOG.com, which is another great one. And W. Shand is currently doing streamer versus viewer playing Dead Space 2. Both excellent streamers, but I think it's been a while since I've rated Kitch, so we'll do that here. As for the next stream, we'll do that Wednesday. Probably be more Dark Souls, but we'll see. I'm not opposed to trying some other things, but I'm going to shut up. I'm going to try and get some sleep, and we will see you all Wednesday.